we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has the highest inflation in over 40 years, where the stock market just finished the worst first half of a year in more than 5 decades. We are a nation that has the highest energy cost in its history, and we are no longer energy independent or energy dominant, which we were just 2 short years ago. We are a nation that is begging Venezuela and Saudi Arabia for oil. We are a nation that surrendered in Afghanistan, leaving behind dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment in the world. We are a nation that allowed Russia to devastate a country, Ukraine, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. We're a nation that has weaponized its law enforcement against the opposing political party like never before. We've never seen anything like this. We're a nation that no longer has a free and fair press. Fake news is about all you get. We are a nation where free speech is no longer allowed like never before, where the economy has been collapsing, where more people died of COVID in 2021 than in 2020. We're a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon and China to use the trillions and trillions of dollars it's taken from the United States to build a military to rival our own. We are a nation that over the past 2 years is no longer respected or listened to all around the world. And we are a nation that is hostile to liberty and freedom and faith. We are a nation whose economy is floundering, whose stores are not stocked, whose deliveries are not coming, and whose educational system is ranked at the bottom of every list. We are a nation that in many ways has become a joke. But soon we will have greatness again. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and it is hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. There is no mountain we cannot climb. There is no summit we cannot reach. There is no challenge we cannot meet. There is no victory we cannot have. We will not bend. We will not break. We will not yield. Ever, ever, ever. We will never give in. We will never give up. And we will never, ever back down. We will never let you down as long as we are confident and united. The tyrants we are fighting do not stand even a little chance. Because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God and God alone. And it is time to start talking about greatness for our country again.
Welcome back to another night of Stick with Koolfrogg. I do have a special Thursday throwdown with Maxmura. How's it going, guys?
Hey, going good, man.
What's quick hello to everybody in chat. Hello, Germs. Hello, Short Order Cook. Ouroboros, welcome. Hello, Ronaldo. Nice to see you. Don't forget to hit that subscription button for me. JMK, Brian Manuel, Madcore Mofo in the house. Hell yeah. All right. Sparkles. Yes, this is going to be a good show. Hey, Gene, how's it going? Texas Jen. Awesome. Well, that being said, this is going to be an interesting show. We are here to actually speak of the Japanese government and what has happened to them and what is going to happen with them. And Max has got all this information. He's got so much information. It's almost ridiculous how much information he has.
Yeah, you're ridiculous. No, I'm just kidding.
Not that he's ridiculous, that the information's ridiculous. It's just so much. Am I catching an echo somewhere?
Slightly.
I think Max. I think you got your stream too high on there or something. That's where I'm catching it.
Is it my mic? Let me see if I can.
I don't know if it's your mic or if it's like you have a YouTube stream on a little loud in the background or something. Or...
Let me see. I'm gonna make sure I have nothing.
The only reason I say you is because we've never had this particular issue, so I'm assuming it's you.
Did it stop now?
I think so.
Okay, good.
No.
I had something on silent. It shouldn't have been coming through the sound or something, but I don't know. I have my headphones on. That's why.
Okay. I don't quite hear it right now.
Okay, good. I'm using a
chat. Let us know if you still hear an echo. If there's an echo, let us know. Yeah, there's an ambient background noise. Max is probably has a fan in the background as well.
How's it now? Is it better?
It gets so warm with these computers sitting in front of this stuff.
You just turned it off. I'm going to be sweating.
No, don't do that.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
No, turn it back on. It's fine. I'd rather you be comfortable.
Now, how's it now?
I don't know why I'm catching a weird echo. Like, I can hear myself repeating what I'm saying.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Say something again. Oh, now I know why. Damn it. Hold on. You know what?
It's
mother,
okay.
Mother. Okay, I'm just going to have to fix this sound.
Mother, may I? No.
Yeah. I'm so... Okay.
I'm sure that's what he was going to say.
It's totally fine.
It's coming out of my ass. I know it's coming out of my. I have a Logitech webcam camera, and so you can hear this. And I'm trying to figure out how do I shut off that speaker.
Let's just deal with it.
Well, I have sound coming out of my.
See, Madcore's like, I can't hear the echo.
Can you hear it now?
I hear it. I don't know why I can hear it.
Okay, maybe
I think it's okay.
Now.
I think
Either way,
just hearing things, Koolfrogg. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I guess.
Koolfrogg is certifiably insane at this point. We need to like throw him in some institution and throw away.
Because I'm so insane, I need help paying my bills. You need to go to buymeacoffee.com/Koolfrogg.
Bail him out of the loony bin.
Oh.
Yeah, see, Chad's saying it sounds fine. So.
Okay, good. Yeah. That is so weird.
What would you like to start with? Where do you want to go with this Japanese government walking out?
Well, first off, I think we should have a little bit of an exposition, as much as he would like to bestow upon us, as to who you are, ish. You know, like how would you know?
Who are you? How do you know this?
As much as you would like to say, right?
Okay,
like, just a little bit of so that way it's not just some rando on the internet that types something up on Reddit.
Max is not some random person on the internet.
We know that,
that's
but
for sure.
For our audience here, who just a little bit of something there, a little bit of background-ish about yourself.
I know a couple of my guys have been holding conversations with you in Discord, so.
Yeah, but they have no idea. I'm a rando from Reddit. Yeah.
You know those Redditors.
Yeah, that is one weird community. I mean, I actually
they plot assassinations of Supreme Court justices. It's just blatant, plain sight. Whatever.
They were. It was Brett Kavanaugh, right?
Yeah,
He's class of '83, Georgetown Prep. He was 2 or 3 years ahead of my friends, who were the same year as Neil Gorsuch, another Supreme Court justice. He also went to Neil Gorsuch he was class of '85. I remember all this. I didn't go there. 85, and probably more than half of you hate the Yankees, but the general manager of the Yankees, Brian Cashman, he was class of 85, Georgetown Prep. But going back, yeah, I even during the Kavanaugh trial, one of the things I realized, and I know that the prosecutor Mitchell probably didn't catch up on this, I believe if you ever get a copy of the book, the semi-autobiographical book by Mark Judge, I think he was class of 83, Georgetown Prep, and it was basically, I think the title of that book was called Wasted, and it was really about him and how he early on had a drinking problem, alcohol. And there are references, people's names are changed. But when I looked at the Kavanaugh trial, I realized, couple things, because I knew what had been changed, and I realized that they had read his book and used it as their trail of breadcrumbs to make these allegations, which then meant that they didn't know what they were talking about. And I don't know if I can give an example. Yeah, exactly. There was one account where I think certainly when Mark Judge had this, parents were away, he had a home party, and the kids came over, they trashed the house, and as punishment, he had to take a summer job at Safeway. That's why they went off on this. They said, at some point he did this, and they tried to subpoena some stuff and stupid stuff like that. But the whole allegation where she said she was raped, it was interesting because her account was exactly at the Columbia Country Club, which is near DC Bethesda, and where she lived in, her parents lived in Potomac, it was like 8.5 miles. And I think because they were looking to create a story, they used a halfway point to say, this is where the house where it occurred. And it just, it didn't make any sense. I realized that they were trying to piece stuff together from a semi-autobiographical book. And why did I go off on Kavanaugh? You mentioned Kavanaugh. Yeah,
because of the Redditors. They wanted to kill him. One Redditor in particular, I should say.
I was going to say, how many? I thought it was just one.
Yeah, how many?
Was it the person who was caught with the gun? They arrested somebody.
He turned himself over to them. Like, it was so stupid. He's just like, well, I'm here to kill Kavanaugh, and I kind of like made all this stuff and did all these sorts of things, but I see all you guys here, and I'm probably going to be in trouble, so I'm just going to turn this over. Like, what? Well, okay.
Yeah.
Redditors be Redditors, I guess. But we got to the Redditor thing because I wanted for you to give a little bit for yourself, so they don't think that you're one of these crazy Redditors, just randomly throwing yourself around.
Yeah, so I've been in, I don't want to dox myself, I've been in Japan for a long time. This is my third time. First time was just right after high school. I got kicked out of high school, and I spent a summer out here in Tokyo. Was my first time. And after that, after college, I worked in automotive aerospace. That was the second time, about 5 years. And then this longest stint was, I borrowed money from my father-in-law. I went to grad school, and I worked very briefly back in that time, aerospace defense and semiconductor equipment, really short, posted me back to Japan, and I've kind of had a dysfunctional career ever since. So I was advisor to one of the investment bank guys, and some of the companies that people talk about in chat, weirdly enough, Sega, although I don't play games or I don't know anything about it, I remain illiterate. But also some of the real estate private equity firms. Oh yeah, and at one point, actually, technically, although I didn't do anything because I couldn't, it was the 2008 crash. I was retained as a paid advisor to Scaramucci's Skybridge 2 fund, and yeah, and I think I don't want to go so far, but I do also, yeah, I've interviewed with Andrew on this back more than 3 years ago. A friend of myself and my family and my friends, he was unduly arrested, detained, charged with all bullshit charges. Mr. Greg Kelly, he was a former representative director of Nissan. If you look at legal mindset, I did a semi-drunk streaming interview with him on a Monday in March of this year. So I think you could, your audience can probably find that one and just let them know. They should know it was a weekday. It was a morning. Andrew's in Korea. I'm in Japan. Same time zone. And I think we decided both to drink whiskey. And so, yeah,
Nice.
the benefit of that was I probably said more than I should have, but it was kind of funny. And some of the and so when I was sharing, I have to thank Mr. Voice. I guess I was sending him some stuff on, I can't remember what, and then he kind of said, "Oh, you should send this to Koolfrogg." So I did, but I as you know, it's very ADHD like, off tangent, non sequitur stuff.
Very much so, and I tried reading it, and that's why I think at one point in time I'm like, holy shit, I can't, there's just so much.
I believe that was your
and
exact
then all of a sudden
quote.
I got a little bit further. I was like, maybe I should just have you on stream so that we can actually talk about this as opposed to me trying to read through it all, because my ADHD didn't allow me to actually just sit there and read all of it, because I was like, I got to take all this in and try giving a show on it. That's not going to work.
And it wouldn't have made sense. And I was
Right.
going into some of my old emails, like you saw, from 2009, 2014, 2016. So I wasn't like typing away furiously and doing it from scratch. It was a lot of that was cut and paste from old emails and stuff. But that all comes back. It's but I think the first thing was, if we start, not just the cabinet, but it was the assassination, right? We had the Abe assassination. There was, or let's go with the cabinet question, because I thought that was a huge misunderstanding when people said the government has stepped down, the government has resigned, because usually when we use those words, it means that it could be a government like a constitutional monarchy, where there's a vote of non-confidence and there's an administration change, regime change. That's not the case. In fact, this is now currently the third cabinet for Prime Minister Kishida. Sorry, and I think what I said in prior was that he had been planning to do a cabinet reshuffle in September, but for a number of reasons, they realized that it was probably a better idea to do it now in August. And some of the things were, yes, they were getting killed in the frickin' polls. 2, there is a state funeral for Prime Minister Abe, September 27th. So those are some of these timing issues. But the other thing that happened after Prime Minister Abe's assassination was that, this is kind of funky, but Kishi Nobuo, technically his brother. What happened was Abe's brother, Abe's parents, gave Abe's brother to their uncle to raise. And I don't think the guy found out that he was actually a brother and not a cousin until he was a grown person. But anyways, this guy Nobuo Kishi has been the defense minister. And about a week or so after, when these revelations about the links to the Unification Church of the Moonies came out, he came and did he's in a wheelchair, and he came clean. And he said, I have to confess, or I have to indicate that I've had also significant relationships with the Unification Church. In fact, I've received extensive support and funding and support for my previous elections. And my first reaction was, what the hell is he coming clean on that? Is he an idiot? It's like an old joke, a guy gets mugged and he puts up a huge fight, and the robber comes up with only $5, and he goes, why the hell did you put up such a huge fight? And the guy goes, I thought you were after the $50 in my shoe. But then somebody pointed out, hey, possibly his links, Kishi's links, are deep and significant, and he is coming clean because otherwise it will kill him. And I think that's probably proven to be the case. So one of the most important posts, the defense minister, is needed to be replaced or swapped out. And I guessed incorrectly. I thought perhaps they would call back Kono Taro, who was a former two-time foreign minister and also defense minister. But they brought back, and I was guessing maybe it would be Nakatani, who's a former defense agency chief. He's also kind of in the cabinet. But I was wrong. It was Hamada. But Hamada actually was previously a defense minister. So on that part, I was correct. They didn't want to get somebody who didn't have experience. They weren't trying to show, they weren't trying to do any sort of virtue posturing to, like a female, one of my classmates, she's one of the parliamentarians. They needed somebody where they said, hey, and even more beyond the unification kind of scandal and the need to have kind of a competent, experienced defense minister, there was that visit by the two most important people, apparently, Nancy Pelosi and her son, Paul Pelosi Jr., to Taiwan. And I think a couple things was, I think the way they interpreted it was like, hey, we, especially if you look at this, the kind of messages and signals that were given with our withdrawal from Afghanistan, and also Taiwan. And I have to point out, shortly after Pelosi flew out of Taipei, the PLA, People's Liberation Army, conducted these these drills, but the operations, and I didn't catch it the first time. It was my son. He said, hey, one is an invasion of Taiwan. He said, the other is Okinawa. And I went, oh. And so this is kind of one of the important things that they needed to cover, a strong defense minister. And that's why there are some first-timers in this swap out. Not everyone got swapped out, mind you, but certainly for the key positions, I think it was really important that they needed to get somebody with experience. Does that answer some of the questions I got earlier about the reason for the cabinet reshuffle?
Yeah, to a point.
Okay.
AmericaShirts. My ADD is getting the best of me right now. I mean,
it makes sense. Now, what is this whole, just again, for some background, because I don't know if everybody is aware of, I think everybody's aware that Prime Minister Abe, or former Prime Minister, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
Was assassinated But
Mhm.
I don't think everybody in our chat particularly knows all of the details of that. And just to go over that quickly and generally, and then hit on some specifics, the connection to like the unification church with his brother, or, you know, blood brother, as you say. Well, he is. It's a little bit of background with that for the sake of those who may not be aware of the ins and outs of that. And then we can go into the thing now with Pelosi's visit, the Chinese,
Mhm.
and so forth, and move in that direction.
There was a question from chat. They're confused on the Pelosi visit themselves, so I think that might be something.
Okay.
JMK also says, "Do you feel like there's a meaningful defense?" Maybe if you can
No, I don't know.
juggle those, I don't know.
You probably have a better idea.
How
on
about
that.
how about the meaningful defense thing? You got anything on that? Yeah, is there a reason that they would do this? Like, is you know, for like a long run? Because I mean, I understand that the U.S. and Japan have a relationship that Japan doesn't really have with most other countries.
Mhm.
Is there something that they're actually trying to do to actually, you know, move along with this quote unquote new world order? World Economic Forum stuff, would that have anything to do with why they actually reshuffled?
Oh, sorry. I'm just sort of getting distracted. Which one to start with? What to answer?
I think we should start with the background of Abe and then go into all the rest of that from there, because that's kind of where this starts. So again, just kind of start from the, because there's a couple of people that seem like they know a little bit about, but just for the sake of everybody else, and of course we get a lot of rewatches of these things as well after this is streamed. So you know, just for the sake of them, everybody probably is aware. Again, as I said, that Prime Minister Abe was assassinated by an individual with a sawed-off shotgun at point-blank range, pretty much. So from there, we can go, you know, background there, and then go into the cabinet shuffling stuff, and then Pelosi and Taiwan and Okinawa.
Okay. I'm gonna put something in. I haven't been able to find this video anywhere. It was tweeted out by. It's a video of the shooting, and I honestly haven't been able to find it because I'm not very good at this elsewhere. Somebody had tweeted it to Senator Bill Hagerty. Bill used to be the United States ambassador to Japan when President Trump was in office. And the significance of this video, if you're able to see it, it was posted. Did I do it right? Damn it!
No,
Oh, you put it in the private chat. I have it shared here now. I just pulled it up to share.
Okay. The reason why it's significant is the camera throughout is stationary. It's somewhat to the right of facing the stage. It does not change, or it does a bit, but I think this is the one. And I've watched it several times, slowed down. And what you see is you see his staffers, and you see Abe speaking. And then from behind, there is a shot from the railgun. It was not a shot, well, whatever it was, a homemade railgun. And you see that, especially if you slow it down, everybody, including Abe, turns around to see what happened. None of the, what they call SP, their Secret Service, is looking or attending to the Prime Minister. But I pointed out, you don't even need to be Secret Service. It could have been a staffer, just says, Mr. Prime Minister, get down. because what seems clear is the second shot hits Abe, and he falls as he falls forward, and then in a prone position to his right. When you slow it down, none of those people who were standing to his left and right actually see him fall, and they only notice it after he is down on the ground. And
So
that's
we're
why
not going to play this if that's the case. That's what exactly happens. And the reason that we're not going to play it is because
you'll get banned. Yeah.
Right. We'll get
Is it that
banned
graphic, or?
immediately.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be all that graphic at all. All it has to do is actually show that exact. Let me view this before we do anything and
Sure.
see if it is even worth actually putting.
Or at least play it up to the point where he turns around.
And that's
And
what
then-
I'm going to
and then
view
from
this.
there-
It's 25 seconds long. I can throw this down. If we want other people to actually view it, yeah, that's too much. It shows. Yeah, that's way too much.
I can put it into your
I'm going to throw it. I'm going to actually take it and I'm going to post it down here in chat so that people can
Okay.
actually click on the link
Cool. Okay.
and they can actually view it for themselves if they're interested in how what it is actually about and what we're actually getting at with it.
Sure.
I just viewed it a couple times and it's. That's why I said, oh no, that's too much. Because then all of a sudden, they show him actually tackling the guy right shortly after. But what you're saying,
What I'm saying is this.
that whole back, that they kind of stand there and wait for the shot to go off.
I went frame by frame, and I was looking for a sign of one person, even if it was a staffer, that was looking or making a move to cover, to attend to help, get the Prime Minister down from that stage. But everybody, including the Prime Minister, was looking at the source of the sound. Look, if you look at the campaign trail in the United States, it doesn't matter if it's Donald J. Trump, Bernie Sanders. You have a number of incidents. You can find it on YouTube. There's a sound. There's a heckler who's a bit too aggressive. You will always have at least two Secret Service moving to cover the principal. Bring him down, have him step down, and separately you have people who deal with the threat. But you do not have them try to process it. What was a threat? Was it, they don't, I think it's universal. They understand this. And I was really surprised how and why this never happened with Prime Minister Abe, because in the beginning, when they indicated two shots, or he was impacted by two bullets, and when you heard that there were two explosions or two shots, you assumed, if we did the math, we kind of thought, there were exactly two bullets in each. There was one bullet in each shot. He shot two. He was hit in the first one. But then when you realize this railgun, which Brandon Herrera built a prototype of, and then his video got taken down because YouTube indicated that he apparently showed something that everyone knows how to do anyways, the sources of black powder. In any event, this guy who is a firearms expert built a railgun. I kind of was laughing when he explained that his wires were too short, so he crouched behind a 50-gallon drum can, and it was a good thing because it misfired. It would have blown his hand off, let alone being able to shoot successive rounds. One of the things was, wow, for this guy, Tetsuya, what's his name? Forget his last name, Yamagami. For him to have built a railgun that didn't misfire, that I don't know how many rounds, how many times he could have shot it off, but maybe more than just two, and requires probably a great deal of skill, training, and there was a comment where somebody said, "Hey, I think the guy had some help. He had to have some help, you know." And I'll just kind of leave it at that. And the same person kind of pointed out, there are these long time established radical groups that kind of have, what do you call it? They have a long legacy. They have a long brain trust of knowing how to make improvised explosive devices, weapons, and things like that. So somebody asked, why was the camera stationary? Well, look, it was probably I think it was from somebody who was filming the rally. What I found was kind of hard was many of the footage, the camera moves, and it doesn't show what people didn't do, and
it doesn't show their faces as directly. It's from the opposite. A lot of those are from that opposite angle, from the opposite side.
Sure.
And like you can't see all of the foot traffic, and you can't see them going right back behind where that guy was. You don't really see this is just, it's a closer perspective as well than some of those others.
Yeah, but what I wanted to see who was watching the Prime Minister, and it was clear from the point of the first shot to when he was hit and collapsed. Nobody was watching him except that camera, unfortunately. And then here's the other realization: when you realize that this rail gun that was fired there was more than one round in it. I forget how many. So that's why, you said it was kind of like a shotgun or a rail gun. It's pretty clear the first shot missed him. The first shot missed the Prime Minister. So if at that point somebody had just said, "Sir," and just pulled him down, my son could have done that. Could have saved his life.
Right. And that was the thing that really pissed me off with all of this, was like, and not that I have like some huge emotional attachment to Japan or anything, but when I'm watching this video, it's just like, where the hell is the security with this guy? They literally just stand around, and then it's just like, oh yeah, by the way, he gets 2 shots off. They don't take him off the stage. They don't duck and cover. I mean, when you hear any kind of a sound that would be remotely similar to that of a rifle. And by the way, somebody else was talking about here, who was it? Brian Manuel said all of their faces were facing forward. They should have had it all 4 corners, all around him, looking all around. Why are they all facing the front? Why are they all looking towards the front when the guy is specifically in the back? This is total either complete horseshit or complicity, I might say.
Staged.
Because it's ridiculous. It's total insanity. Total insanity. What the hell? I mean, I could throw up the video from freaking Donald Trump when somebody said, like, there was a shot that was fired, and they told him, like, get out, or boom, and like his head is down, and I've never seen that guy move as fast as he did there. Holy shit, he can move fast. He like ducked his head, bent over, and just went woo right through there. They surrounded him, and they took him right off the stage. I mean, it was just a split second. It was done. Of course, that was on a stage setting. This was out in a public area. But at the same time, I mean, like those guys should have jumped on him, half of them, and then, as you were saying, and then the other half should have went right in the direction where the puff of smoke was. I mean, if it was a bomb going off, like, are you just going to stand there and let the bomb go off? Like, if it's a firework being shot at him, are you going to let the fireworks be shot at him too? Like at what point does the action get taken? Oh, after he's shot. Anyways, that's my little thing whenever I saw that.
I'm damn it, I can't find it. Anyways, I had it in my notes, the name of the head of the Nara Prefecture police. I think he used to work with the Kanto, Tokyo area anti-terror unit, and another guy used to work in what you call CIRO, Cabinet Intelligence Research Office. The Japanese call it Naicho, Naikaku Joho Kenkyutsu. And in any event, their careers, I think, are toast. I mean, they know they've screwed up. So, but that really doesn't do anything. Yeah.
TR has a question. He says, genuine question: does Japan provide a version of Secret Service like to as prime ministers or those private security?
No, they are. They call them SPs in Japan, and I think that stands for Special Police. And I remember when Ambassador Bill Haggerty, he's now senator, he had two Japanese SP that would accompany him. And so one of them, I remember, he went to Kanagawa High School. He played right field, and he was pretty good. And I think I have a photo of him when Bobby Valentine came over and gave a quick lesson on doing a first pitch. And so we needed some volunteers. And one of the SP, he picked up a glove, and I thought, wow. I mean, and I said, hey, where'd you play? And he goes, Kanagawa High School. And then what position? Anyways, it's kind of funny because you can see where he's doing his strong side carry, where his firearm is and everything, but he's playing catcher. All the girls kind of looked at him. Oh my God, he's so... And I said, yeah, he's married, he has a daughter, he's 36 years old.
Farron's in chat. What's up, Farron? Brian Manuel says, can you comment on what new cabinet might look like by difference compared to what it was, and how will that affect the economy and decisions?
Yeah, that's what we're getting to, right? Because now we went through the assassination, now we're getting into the changing of the cabinet and stuff.
Right.
Oh, okay.
I mean, wherever you'd like to go. I mean,
you know what's weird? What's kind of disappointing and weird? The finance minister, Suzuki. I think his grandfather used to be the former, also a former prime minister of Japan, Zenko Suzuki. This has been. Now I'm gonna. Yeah, it's gonna sound a bit conspiracist, but I'm just throwing it out there. From 2021, you've had Prime Minister Kishida, and I forget the phrase he's using, but it's let me see if I can find it. He calls it about wealth equality, and yeah, it's almost. And somebody end of last year sent me some of the stuff that he had put on wealth equality or wealth inequality policy, and they said, listen, this guy is one of the WEF, Schwab disciples, apparently, and this guy took something from the WEF.
And what's his name again?
The finance minister?
Yeah.
Suzuki. Just like the motorcycle. It was Shunichi Suzuki. I think I have a quick article. I put a quick article on him. But it's not so much Suzuki per se. It's the Prime Minister Kishida and his policy on this. He made a number of initiatives, but it's really wealth. What's he calling it? It doesn't really matter. Wealth redistribution. They're calling it wealth distribution, and I really think that they're he's still going forward on it, you know, realizing that probably corporate Japan and people who couldn't kind of read beyond 4 or 5 words think this is a kind of very disturbing sort of socialist agenda. And I wish I could recall this from top of my head, but I do remember looking at one of his statements on growth, economic growth, and redistribution strategy, and it was almost like it had been plagiarized, lifted from one of the World Economic Forum statements. This new, he calls it new capitalism. So you're asking me, how's this new cabinet? How's it? I'm not saying, I would just say I would be even more concerned about this agenda continuing, you know. The new Minister of Finance, how old is he? I mean, he looks like 100. Oh, he's 69. Okay. But his father was a former prime minister, Zenko Suzuki. Oh, I forget. His brother-in-law is Aso Taro. Aso Taro is, do you know what is, if you're a Catholic, if you're a Japanese Catholic, you have baptismal names. They don't appear in your passport, but you have these names. So Aso Taro's family is down from Kyushu, so he's Catholic. So if you look at him, he's a former prime minister, former minister of finance. He's the longest serving deputy prime minister in Japanese history, foreign minister. Aso Taro, how old is he now? He must be, yeah, he's 81. Okay. His baptismal name is Francisco, which is kind of funny. I don't think anyone calls him that. But Aso Taro is Suzuki Shunichi's brother-in-law. So, I don't know. That's that's interesting.
Yeah.
Aso Taro, actually, he was a competitive shooter, I think, in the... Was he in the 64 Olympics? Would that make sense? He might have been. But I know he competed at the Olympic level for pistol shooting. Yeah, he's from a very privileged family. Kind of funny, though. When you see how he dressed, he's a sharp dresser. Remember how John Gotti used to dress? He's like a Japanese John Gotti, you know?
That's fun.
Yeah. Hey, it's important to look good. I'm kidding.
Right, exactly. It's right. You have to look good, especially if you're in any way you want to be looked up at, or whatever. Usually, you have to look better than the people
Yes.
around you. So
Yes, ZZ Top said, "Sharp dressed man."
right.
Hey, that would be a great video. It'd be a great walk-on song if you played baseball or whatever. I don't know if you do walk-on songs in other sports, but any player in the MLB, do they use ZZ Top? Are you allowed to do that? Is there copyright strikes? I don't know.
I would almost assume so. Just like every other song, there's some kind of copyright, but
Yeah, I don't know how they handle that. Kim Jong-un, if you had to pick his walk-on song, what would that be? I know what it would be.
Rocket Man.
No way. Katy Perry. Fire. What is it? Fire. What's her song? Katy Perry song. Did you ever feel like a paper bag?
Firework?
Yes.
Tell me.
AmericaShirts knew what it was. I didn't.
Oh my God.
That would be the perfect, walk-on song for Kim Jong-un, you know? And that would put his supporters in a bind, because if they recognized it, that would mean that they were in violation of watching the movie. So, yeah. Fireworks. Katy Perry, hands down.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
It wouldn't just be Rocket Man on a suicide mission.
Rocket
It would
Man.
be everybody else.
Mhm.
If they knew what it
No.
was.
Well, you know, the first time, it was in 2005, I think, when Team America came out with that excellent puppet show. And if you look it up, I think the North Koreans actually convinced maybe former Czechoslovakia, a few countries, to ban it because they considered it offensive. So they really tried to but it was so funny. I mean, you guys still watch it, or do you recall it? You had the Hans Blix, and you had Kim Jong-il, you know. Hey, hands, you're breaking my balls. This was great stuff. In fact, so I was flying on Virgin Air from Heathrow to Narita, Japan. And so I was taking business class, and I had those 180 sleepers, and I watched it twice. And you know how you laugh so hard? I mean, it felt like I got punched in the stomach. That's how much it hurt my muscles. And yeah, I really love Team America. But I think since then, a lot of other things have, you know, I think you've become desensitized to humor because, yeah.
I mean, that could greatly be. They're desensitizing us to a lot of stuff, you know. And they're doing it on purpose. The stuff that they're teaching in these schools these days, and you know everything else that's going on, it's really kind of disturbing. How desensitized they're actually making us as human beings, almost around the world.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I posted it in your chat or in your Discord or not, but I went back on some of these certain individuals right back to the 1970s and the 1980s, who were influential in and this is way back I think I quoted Bernard Shapiro, 1987, you know, and where was the quote? And who was Bernard Shapiro? I don't know if he's still alive. He had a twin brother, Howard, who was, president of Princeton University. But what did Bernie Shapiro? Yes, Bernard Shapiro. In 1987, he was the Deputy Minister of Education in Ontario, and in 87, on their proposed anti-racist education measures. And he said, "My own sense is that the time to have a mandatory policy, the time to wield the stick, is when you have 3 or 4 recalcitrants out there that you want to whip into shape. Resocialization takes time. The point is to produce the result, not to produce a symbol of the result. The easiest thing to do is to make a policy mandatory and to announce that the problem has been solved." This reported in the Toronto Star, September 12th, 1987. This guy went on to become the first Canadian ethics commissioner. And let's crank up the time machine all the way to when. When was Jordan Peterson? When did he come back from the States? He was teaching at Harvard. Then he went up to University of Toronto. And then there was a bill that was proposing, what's the word? Compelled speech. You know, it was at the federal level, or they called national level. There was something at the provincial level, and there was something at the college or university level. And this is when Jordan Peterson started entering the news, the controversy. And people started saying, wow, yeah, all this crazy stuff, the stuff about maybe 2014, maybe 10, 15 years ago, when people are going, why is my daughter coming back from elementary school from a sports rally and everybody's given up ribbon? You know, why are they abandoning, you know, first and second place? It didn't happen overnight. It surely helped in 2008 when Obama was elected, but there are people who are dedicated neo-Marxists, you know, and they're in the system, and it was their dream, it's their life's work to make things like this happen, you know, and that's what. Just the only thing, I'm not asking people to go down a deep rabbit hole and become more conspiracists. I'm just saying it does help to understand that a lot of things that surprise us, surprise you, they didn't just happen overnight. They didn't just happen because of 2008. But they're deep, and yeah, that was Bernie Shapiro, a good old Bernie. Yeah, he's a funny guy. Everyone before that, he was head of the faculty, educational psychology, and I know that most professors hated his guts, except one person. He would quietly say nothing, and he was a total loyalist. Yeah. And yeah, that was my parent. That was my father.
Here's something interesting. I looked up the Unification Church thing or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And it says its founders, both last names are Moon.
Oh, okay. Well, no. It was founded by Sung Myung Moon, who's dead. Okay? But this guy was born in North Korea. He was educated in Japan. And so he came out, you know, the cult. It was very, very effective in those days, and maybe still is. Now, the Unification Church currently is run by his wife, and he has one of his sons who's a little bit of a psychopath. Funny, his name is Sean Moon, and yeah, Mr. Voice had said, isn't that an Irish name? And the name Sean is with the Irish spelling too. I know the difference. It's kind of funny, but he's a Korean, and he has, I think Vice did a piece on him. They called it the Church of the AR-15 or something like that. Yeah, so when you have these cults, they're, I don't know what you call the model, but back, say, for example, in the 80s, and you were looking, if they were looking to whether Unification Church, there was one called the Way. I'll just give you one scenario where you pick up. First of all, you don't have this culture of weeaboos, people enamored with Japan or Asia or India or yoga. Most people, normal kids, young adults, would have come from a typical, you know, they may not be religious or practicing whatever, but kind of Christian. So that's why you always, as a cult, would present as kind of a non-denominational proto-Christian cult. You don't get too weird. In fact, that makes it easier because you don't have all that kind of exoticness of the Hare Krishnas, you know. And here's a good way to recruit back in the 80s, 90s. You have a lot of kids who are going to, for the first time, living away from home and going to college. So you have something on the bulletin board. Hey, there's this kind of activity, this weekend retreat. And they don't tell you that they're a cult, and you might think it's just maybe a benign kind of a Christian group. Oh, there was one, a Mooney who went to MIT. He set up one. The name was really exciting. I found the archived one. It's called Pure Love. But right away you'll see what they were about. They were about chastity and abstinence. But it was a Mooney. It was a Mooney outfit. So they don't always say Mooney or Unification Church. And when you do go and you sign up, And maybe also you're feeling a bit lonely because you're living for the first time by yourself, or maybe your parents divorced. 44% of marriages end up in divorce, and maybe more. And so that's not uncommon. So you go there, and then what happens is maybe three things you're kind of going to do. And remember, back in the 80s and 90s, and you can still do it now with more good reason with smartphones, iPhones, and everything. You go to a remote location. Okay? Why? You go to the remote location, and you're going to have a lot of. You're not going to realize it because they're going to use a very powerful thing that works with. If you're a parent, it works for you or against you. It doesn't matter. It's peer pressure. So you're going to have these activities, and Tommy, if you're not up for it, they're going to say, "Hey, Tommy, look. Jack and Jake, they're all kind of waiting for you. You got to go." Hey, they might even use kind of really attractive women. They're going, "Oh, hey, you're so cool." And you don't realize it, but you're not getting a lot of sleep in those 72 hours. You're not. And you're not actually getting a lot of protein. They might be feeding you, but you're just so busy, and in particular, it's going to be kind of low protein. They might sell you on that vegan crap. That guarantees it. So what do you get? Okay, you got a remote location, peer pressure, all these group activities. Yes, I know, it sounds like a corporate retreat, but this is why they're very similar. And it's going to exhaust you, and you don't realize it. Sleep deprivation, caloric restriction, protein deprivation. And then maybe on the third day, hey, you're kind of tired. Hey, okay, everybody, I get you, We're just going to sit down and maybe do some meditation stuff. Again, sounds very familiar. This is what corporate retreats are like too. And at that point, you're going to get maybe the sayings of this really wise guy, he should be a god, Maxmura. That's the beginning of it. You're still not going to be zoned out as a zombie. You get off the bus, you go back to before you go off the dorm though, they'll do one of those compliance tricks. It's like when somebody gives you a free flower. You feel more obliged. Oh, hey, yeah, you had a good time. Yeah, okay. Why don't you just sign? You become a member. And that's a start. They're not getting everybody, but they start getting them. And then what is so evil? Well, once you're in, there's other methods. And look, they'll be familiar with pyramid scam companies, MLM. The love bombing narcissists will do that. They got to reinforce the fact that you were so great. It is so all these great people love you for joining. And at some point, what about assets? This is where lawyers come in, and you can be really smart. I mean, you have concerned parents; they want access to their kids. Okay, well, if you want to see your son or your daughter, the daughter, they'll get the person say, "Well, Dad, why don't you send like $15,000 in, the donation?" They'll peel it off. But in Japan, they'll get more sophisticated. You understand where's the money, where's it tied into? Hey, inheritances, right? Yeah, okay. And you can do this with con men can do it, but cults are really good at it. They'll give you some kind of they'll say, look, this is the source of your angst and all that is bad. In order to cleanse your soul yourself, you need to sign this over to the church. And hell, probably, if you get if you have them sign over their name the church in the will, maybe they have an accident, Again, it doesn't have to be a cult. I get something from my from one of my my alma maters, and they say, yes, as a illustrious alumni, we have this service where you can sit down and do free estate planning and will planning. And I'm laughing my ass off because, yeah, sure. What's going to come out of it? You're going to name university as one of the beneficiaries in your will. And they can accelerate it. Now, we go to the Abe case. What happened to this guy? And I looked at the background. And the guy went to a good high school. This is Yamagami, Tetsuya. And he actually got into a pretty good university. It's called Ritsumeikan. Now, it was founded by the graduates of Amherst College in Massachusetts. It's in Kyoto. It has red bricks. And the other thing that struck me was the guy didn't get into like gender studies or something trite and light and useless. The guy got into a pretty hard school, and then in engineering, you know, and yet he did not finish in 2002 or 2003. And so you're wondering why. Was it because he was an inferior student? He didn't pass? He didn't have enough of that academic intellectual rigor? No, not apparently so. You see, his grandfather died in the late 90s, and when his grandfather died, his mother inherited the grandfather's house and land and estate, which was worth maybe a few $1 million. And in 1999, that's when his mother received the inheritance. In 2003, his mother declared bankruptcy. Apparently, she signed over all those assets to the Unification Church. So Yamagami did not flunk out of engineering school. He was forced to drop out of engineering school because his mother gave all their money, including probably his tuition, to the Unification Church. And that explains why he signed a 3-year contract. I think it was 2002 to 2005 or something like that, to serve. I think he did OCS, and he was in the Maritime Self-Defense Forces. Again, it was a 3-year contract. I didn't know they had him. Because I thought maybe he got kicked out, maybe it was no, but it looks like he served his time. He did that probably as a result of out of necessity.
Nice. Madcord just raided us.
Okay. Hey, that crazy Australian guy. Okay, I heard he's a dangerous man. Yes, he is. Yeah, you know. So now you have a guy. And you think about it, from whenever he separated from the Maritime Self-Defense Force, he'd been working at relatively menial jobs. I think his last recorded job was working in logistics, maybe a delivery person for Kintetsu, you know, which is a railway company. So for 20 years, this guy's been thinking, you know, and I don't encourage people to think like this because it serves no good, but to say, yeah, I could have been a contender if this didn't happen. My life would have been perfect. I don't know. So he's blaming the state of his life. He didn't finish college, and because of this incident, and they say he started developing an obsession with the Unification Church, and therein enter Prime Minister Abe, who's one of many politicians who I think stupidly, against better judgment, basically this is what it's the equivalent of, and your audience is going to understand, it's equivalent of accepting a super chat but at a politician's level, and doing like a 5-minute video testimonial for the Moonies before they commence their world conference in Indonesia or something like that. And I believe in the same period, other political leaders, including Donald Trump, it could have been after he was president, did these things, and in all fairness, they probably didn't what the hell, what is this for? You know, you're always being asked to a number of people. So that's probably what triggered it. However, it still gets weird with this Yamagami guy. Is, you know, he apparently was at a previous rally, I think, and the rally that Abe was at when he got assassinated, the venue had been changed, and there's a record of this guy Yamagami calling the local political office and saying, "Where's the new venue? When's the time being moved up?" You know, and this particular rally was probably about 30 minutes walk from his place, 10 minutes subway, and so he made it over. But going back and with the Moonies is, and I haven't looked at the details. Somebody else who can use Google and look at the latest articles, but it wasn't clear whether when I first read it, I thought he went to the unification property. I didn't know what property they had, and practiced it, and he was thinking of targeting some of them, but then gave that up because he thought it was too hard, so he decided to go over to Abe. But the other thing that confuses me, and I could have misread it, was that when testing out this, what I think still is a very tricky device to make, this railgun, and he made a number of different ones, somehow he was able to test it out on property of the Unification Church. So I'm going, really? Was with their consent or their cooperation? And that's where it gets weird. But I'm probably misreading something.
Interesting. And I was looking up about those different things, about the Unification Church stuff, and it appears that they have the majority of the support from the Liberal Democratic Party.
The what?
The Liberal Democratic Party of Japan, right?
Yeah. What about them?
Oh, that they have the majority of the support of the Unification Church.
Yeah,
like they support them more than the more like conservative parties or whatever.
Okay, let me see. First of all, you often get it's the misnomer in the names you have to avoid. The Liberal Democratic Party is not liberal. It's not democratic. It is the Conservative Party. LDP.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but yes, the Unification Church apparently has, they've been, I guess, I hate to use the word, successful in supporting some of their, they're going to direct their members to vote accordingly. Now, here's another thing you might not know, and I put it out there, it might be confusing, but imagine if the cult of Scientology in America had a political party. Say they had somehow commandeered the early Tea Party, and imagine if
I can give you an example of that right now in the United States. It's called the Word of Faith movement. That whole goddamn thing is a cult. That whole thing, yeah. And they get in touch with all these politician people. They steal everybody's money and run. They tell everybody a bunch of bullshit and lies all the goddamn time. Yeah. The Kenneth Copeland guy, that's one of the big heads of all this, he's like 80-something years old, and he looks like a devil. And he gets up in front of everybody and tells everybody all these prophecies of what's going to happen with Koof and everything else, and literally nothing happens. He gets taken clean off the air and everything. Mm-hmm. So, like, I mean, there is sort of an example.
Here's a difference, because imagine if and the U.S. isn't structured this way, but imagine there was a political party, and that in order to maintain even a near majority in the Senate, the GOP needed to ally with this Scientology party in order to maintain this majority. And you're going, what? Yeah, so a real party, not somebody who's lobbying around and supporting it. So there's a Republican Party, there's a Democrat Party, and then there's a Science Party. And the Science Party happens to be the coalition ally of the GOP. This is what you have with this lay Buddhist organization, and they will be upset. They'll come to kill me, called Soka Gakkai. And Soka Gakkai has a political arm called Komeito, the Rice Party. That is a legit political party. And so they are described as the coalition partner of the LDP. That's why when you look at the cabinet, you see many, many moons ago, in the early coalition, the Komeito and Soka Gakkai would say to the LDP...
Many moons ago? Is that fun? Is that
no? I wasn't thinking about that one. No, if I wanted to do that, I would do it in that... with that accent. many moons ago, something like that. It was the Komito or Sokogakai would in their deal with the LDP, they said, okay, when you have a cabinet, the head of health and welfare has to be our minister. And they said, okay. But then one day, the cult looked over and they saw this very unique ministry. It's called Ministry of Infrastructure, Land, Transportation, and Tourism. And you're going, what? There's nothing like that in the United States, because you don't have all of that combined, right? So land, infrastructure, transport is planes, trains, automobiles. Tourism, but also, guess what? The Coast Guard since 1948. The Coast Guard. Yeah, so the budget is massive. And so the minister of in Japanese they call kokosho, but I don't know. The acronym would be MILTT or something like that. Not MILT, but is from Komito. And as a counterweight, that's why you look at the two vice ministers that are appointed under and they're going to be LDP. Traditionally, typically, post-war, 1950s and 60s, 70s, it's weird. These two, people don't know that. They'll say, well, you're such an idiot because the spiritual head or founder of Sokogakai is Daisaku Ikeda, and he's Japanese. What are you talking about? Well, probably don't want to mention it, but he's most very, very, very likely ethnic North Korean. And so in those days, between the Unification Church, this proto-Christian cult, and then you have Sokogakai, this proto-Buddhist cult. One was kind of pro-South Korean, anti-communist, and the other one was not overtly, but enough pro-North Korean. So the two leaders hated each other. And somebody argued that they once made peace or something. I said, I don't know. But right now, when all this attention is on the Unification Church, there is a very special position that the Sokogakai and Komito is sitting back. This is their traditional historical enemy and rival. So at the same time, they need to make sure that the finger is not pointed at them, because they do the same shit, even worse. And I would say, by virtue of having a political party with clout, they are absolutely in a more advantageous and powerful position than the Unification Church. That's another good thing about about these cults is it's this word that you have to practice every day and remind yourself. We have to practice inclusiveness. And what does that mean? Well, there's another cult. Actually, it's kind of an interesting one because people kind of overlook it and don't care so much because it's Perfect Liberty, PL. And the reason why Japanese kind of overlook it is they have a high school. Maybe they still have a high school. And their high school in Osaka produces tons of baseball champions come out of there. and they are crazy about high school baseball. Right now, in August, they're going to have Koshien, which is the high school baseball tournament. And it's something else. But PL Gakuen, Perfect Liberty, when a friend of mine was kind of joking, and he's going, hey man, they'll even take, maybe you should join, they even take a bleeding papist like you, Max, because he was writing me about being Catholic. And I go, what are you talking about? But then I realized, I said, hey, no, that is a feature of every effective cult. It's kind of like, You know, I'm not telling you to give up your plan. You can keep the one you have, you know. and you're more likely to go, oh, okay, Obama. So yeah, that's very effective. You're not going to tell somebody, if you're currently practicing a faith, any faith, that you have to switch over. No, they'll keep the one you have, no problem. Come on in. And that's inclusiveness. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was. Oh, there's another weirdo. Yeah, there's a couple of them. You can Google the Happy Science political party. They have not actually gotten seats like the Komeito, but they tried. The Happy Science Realization political party is relatively new, but it's an offshoot of a cult called Happy Science. And the founder of this, Yuho Okawa, and he talks like a little angry. Imagine if you can Google some of his speeches. There's
a second raid coming in from Good Logic, just so everybody realizes there's a large group of people possibly coming in.
Oh, Good Logic. He's. You know, I've never spoken with him, but I think it was Divinity Says captured it first and made me cry because it was so funny. Go to Divinity Says' channel and you'll see where Joe learns about Fanta. And it is so. He's why, and he's not acting. He's not acting, and he's not pretending. He is, but it's just so funny because for a moment he's not this Orthodox Jewish dude in New York. He's almost like his aunt or his mother. You know, it is funny, and it gets worse from there. But yeah, the disgust in him is real. And it's funny to watch, but it also shows, his humanity, I think, you know. Andrew did have to remind him, I think, like say, hey, you have to, this is a relevant fact as discussing it as part of a criminal trial. So, yeah, you can't just, if we're going to discuss it, you can't just reject it out of kind because it's offensive. But it tells you what a hard job it must be if you're on a freaking jury.
Copium, I sent you a link to your Discord, brother. I seen he was asking if you could come join for some context, and I'm like, yeah, sure, let's do it.
Yeah. Someone was talking about. Did I answer a question? Did I go way off on cults? Because I don't know.
Kind of ish, but it was good background, I guess. But now that we have all of these other lovely individuals here, hello, all of you, fantastically.
I got 170 viewers. Make sure
Joe
you crush that like
Nearman.
button for me.
Oh, you should. You should like it. Like it.
Wreck it, rot.
You know what was? Oh gosh, what was funny? It was in 2000. There was one of these online entertainment things called Icebox, and they had a character. And this is great. They had the theme song was Davy Jones of the Monkees. This online cartoon was called Mr. Wong, and it was a 80-year-old Chinese houseboy working for Miss Pam. This, she's from Memphis, a debutante or whatever. It's so hilarious. It's so racist. It's so funny. And I think if you're very, very resourceful, you can probably find. I found almost all 9 episodes except one online, but I don't know. But it's the line, the Davy Jones and the Monkees. The Monkees. Hey. He goes. The line, the theme song went, he came with the estate. Is it love or is it fate? It's great. But one of the first scenes is called You're in Trouble. not you are in trouble, but you're in trouble because you see, Mr. Wong, you find him crying. Boo hoo 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 hoo. Why are you crying, Mr. Wong? He's crying because of the Bing Crosby was his, not Bill Cosby. Bing Crosby was his hero, and he says, Elvis Presley killed Bing Crosby, king of rock and roll. And then, okay, so he has this issue, but he takes advantage of this when Miss Pam has a cotillion in Memphis, I think. So he accompanies her, and he makes his way to the grave of Elvis Aaron Presley, and he starts urinating on his grave and swearing, Elvis Aaron Presley, and then he gets arrested. And they go, sir, put your hands up and your penis back in your pants. And that was the first 2 episodes. You're in trouble. But it gets even worse. Now, why am I talking about this? Oh, well, anyways, I would like to see more people watch Icebox, Mr. Wong. They had, it's exactly the lowbrow humor I really liked and miss. Yeah, what is this? Okay. So, this guy is a hero. That summer there was an intern. So my son actually, I told my son this. This happened in Washington, D.C., and there was a guy, he was interning at the, I think it was at the FAA or the National Transportation Safety Board. And so he put a fax out to the, after the Asiana crash, they clipped that wall. And so they actually read the names, Something Wong, We Too Low, and holy shit.
Pull up.
Okay, here, check this out.
And we have new information now. Also on the plane, KTVU has just learned the names of the 4 pilots who were on board the flight.
Yep.
They are Captain Something Wong, Wee Tu Lo, Ho Li Fook, and Bang Ding Ao. The NTSB has confirmed these.
So let me tell you, they found the intern, and I think he was I think, and I told this to my son. I said they found the intern, and he was probably fired. But I can guarantee you, I went to Georgetown. I would say he did not buy drinks for the entire summer. Certainly not that night. That guy was a hero. So you got to think. How do you want to go out? What's the legacy you want to leave? And I think that was. I never got his. Yeah.
Everybody say hi to Meme Copium while he's in here.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going, man?
Good. I've shared my screen with you if you'd like to see. So I was in outside Yamato Saidaiji Station the day after Abe's assassination. And some people were wondering about how it happened so easily. Now, you see where this policeman is standing right here in the middle?
Yeah.
This is essentially where Abe was standing. So they'd closed off these 2 streets, but I believe traffic was still going from here, like where these cars are at the moment. And because the traffic was running, there was a break in the traffic, and that's when Yamagami ran across the road to shoot. So it's possible that they thought it was a car backfiring at the time. And a lot of people were wondering about, why didn't the Japanese special police do anything? And this is an exceedingly rare event, and it kind of goes without saying that you get really close to the politicians when these times happen. So handshakes, getting right up in their face, it's almost something you just don't see in a lot of other countries. And this is, of course, a former prime minister as well, so they're probably on a bit of a low alert. So there's just a bit more context for that. And what Max was saying earlier is quite true, that Yamagami was testing his devices on Unification Church ground, which is quite strange because he was allegedly working against them in what he's this is what he said basically to the police after the events. But he was working on improvised explosive devices, which he decided would be too difficult because he was going to do the attack a day before in, I want to say it's Okayama, correct me if I'm wrong, Max. And he also had another, there's a bit of an echo I can hear, but maybe no one else can hear it. But he had another barreled.
It's been there the whole time.
Which had 9 different barrels on it. So it was kind of like a grape shot cannon, essentially. And he eventually went with the 2-barrel one. But yeah. So this is what it looked like the day after, and the morning of the Japanese people would just go all around. And it's also summer here, and it's really hot. So that may have played a factor with the people doing it, because everyone's still wearing masks in Japan. If we take a look at the crowd, you can see everyone is still masked up, and it's like 35 to 38 degrees Celsius, 100% humidity. It is hot. So that could have played a factor in the lax event of the special police. Now, there was a bit of talk about some conspiracy before as well. Now, I don't think that the special police would have been in on it, but definitely I believe someone probably worked with Yamagami. And they have these, so like mourners are coming across the day after and just
again,
like paying their respects.
Yamagami is who, just so we're clear?
Tetsuya Yamagami was the assassin.
Okay. Just so everybody understands that. Oh,
it's like the. Oh, now I can hear. Now I can hear myself quite a lot. That's weird.
Oh no! It has to be the shared screen.
Oh, okay. I'll stop scaring my screen. There you go. How's that?
I think that fixed it.
Yeah, but that's like an on the ground.
Your system audio.
Oh, it's Max.
It's
Because every time I'm talking, you can hear his. I mean, you can see his.
Max probably unplugged his headphone.
It's been Max the whole time.
Did he walk away from his? Max, mute yourself.
We'll just do that. I'll mute his mic for him.
There we go. I think he stepped away from his. He probably stepped away from his mic, and he's maybe has like wireless headphones, and they like lost signal. That's
exactly what I'm thinking. It was his headphones that had been throwing an echo the whole time, because we had this issue at the very beginning of the show, and we just dealt with the very faint echo because chat was saying they couldn't hear it. So
Max is probably going to go buy beers. Like, we're going to do a drinking stream later, which you're all welcome to come and pop on and talk if you want, about 6 hours from now.
6 hours.
It's kind of open night, Mike.
Nice.
But yeah, that's what it was like in Japan the day after, and you would see people crying and like in the street. Like, people really loved Abe. Like, he has a lot of detractors for various things, like his patronage of the Yasukune shrine, which is the shrine that honors all the soldiers that died for the emperor, like specifically during like the rape of Nanking and things like that. And also some other things. Max must be back. I can hear myself.
Yep, he's back.
Max, your headphones might be coming in a bit. Trying to think of something clever to say.
Max, what are you doing?
Oh my goodness! What is 1, 2, 3, 4? Banana.
Little noise.
What is that sound?
We'll just mute
There we
him
go.
out for a second.
I was trying to think of something you can say that's like a double thing that makes sense. You know. Oh no.
He keeps on turning his mic on, but he doesn't realize that he's creating an echo. Okay, he kicked himself.
Max, you should type in the private chat if you're trying to tell us something. There's something going on with your headset. Okay.
And so, the question, though, and if he can hear us, I'll go back, I guess, to restate it. But like, the thing with what we were kind of going over was how after this, all of a sudden there's now this, I don't know about all of a sudden, but there's this shifting in the cabinet of the prime minister, right? Or whatever, or
well, Kishida is now the prime minister. I think he was kind of the LDP almost always wins the elections. Like they've been very popular for a very long time, and Kishida was the prime minister before, and he's the prime minister again. But Max was talking about a shuffling of the government, and
Right.
I think some of the new members have actually famously been part of the Unification Church. And I think that was in the news today. Like the interesting thing about the assassination is that regardless of his motives, well, I guess no, not regardless of his motives, but to his motives, he actually did succeed in bringing the Unification Church story to the forefront of the public knowledge. And people are talking about it a lot at the moment. I'm looking at an article from today from the Japan Today news. It says why the Unification Church has become a headache for Kishida. And it looks like 3 members of the new government might be a part of it, like big supporters of it.
Dead air.
Yeah.
AmericaShirts, come on, buddy. Sorry, my brain's not functioning right. There's just too much going on for me to actually I really don't get what's going on. I have nothing for questions because my brain doesn't work that way. So,
Well, the biggest thing that people are worrying about at the moment is how this is going to affect Japan's industry, specifically like the weakening yen and the tourism industry.
I was like,
Japan
how
is-
about like economy and industry? What's this going to actually do to it? Is it going to do anything good?
Well, one of the problems Japan is facing at the moment is that tourism has been closed for 2 years due to koofing. And this is actually affecting me quite a bit because I do some work in the tourism industry. And the yen has taken about a 30% dump at the moment. And it's absolutely tripe. The costs are going up. People are starting to notice it. And people don't like that, right? Like when you see these sort of depressions, you see kind of a splurge in the big ticket items, like TVs, fridges, cars, things that people will buy that are expensive now, but they're not going to have to replace for a long time. And then that gives like a short-term boost in the economy. But then because people don't need to buy these things anymore, there's going to be a big lull, and that's going to take years to correct itself. And I was hoping that Japan would open to tourists in about August, so early summer, right? And now we're about almost halfway through August. Because this story has taken the forefront of all of Japan's like national focus, basically, there is no politician at the moment that's campaigning for opening of economy. And towns like Kyoto are actually on the verge of bankruptcy, especially without tourists. Like even before the tourism stopped, they are having problems. Like Kyoto is, of course, like kind of the cultural soul of Japan and one of the biggest tourism spots. It's kind of ironic because they said that they hated having so many tourists, like it was kind of ruining the Kyoto vibe. But now that the tourists are gone, they're begging them to come back. And that's going to have a big effect on the infrastructure and just the livelihood of people in Kyoto, in like Kansai. And that's pretty close to where I am. So I'm around I'm quite close to Osaka at the moment.
So, and this was some of the stuff that he was trying to get to about the cabinet being shuffled again here very recently. And there's a new defense minister that's now in place. And he was also mentioning there a little bit about one of the people. Is it the new prime minister now that is a student of the World Economic Forum, or somebody within the government there? He was mentioning in passing there a little bit. He didn't rail down on that in particular there because he went off trying to cover another aspect of the cult.
I'm not sure entirely. You'd have to ask Max about that. He's much more knowledgeable about that. Like he has. Oh, it looks like he's posted it. Someone's posted it. Yeah, he's going to sign out and come back in. He says that.
Yeah, he did say he was going to sign out and come back in. Just give him a few more minutes.
But Japan enjoys a lot of benefits from America. Like there's a lot of people in Japan that don't like Americans being on the military bases in America, specifically in Okinawa, and that's because of a lot of the actions that some of the Okinawan people stationed there have done against, like, there's a lot of like raping and things like that. Not like a lot, but enough to make the people angry. And then there's also a lot of problems with the Osprey vertical takeoff and landing. They're like kind of plane helicopter things. They have a really bad crash record though. And so the American military is not very popular, especially in southern Japan. But you see, Japan enjoys such a protection from America. Japan can save so much of its economy on its defense budget because it has America. And it does actually pay for America to defend itself. And so this is one of the things, like Japan's defense minister is essentially, in my opinion, America. And Japan is behind the times on a lot of things. Like Japan has an image of being a very high-tech place. But I was saying in the chat, because I was going for a bit of a jog while I was listening to the early part of the stream and I just got back, which is why I said I could jump on. But like Japan's security defense minister, not the current one, but the previous one, I believe, was famously quoted as saying proudly he had never used a computer before. And the Japanese Twitter was like making fun of that for a while, saying like, this is the ultimate form of cyber security, is you never use a PC. So this is kind of just like, some of these guys are just so old, like, and they're so out of touch, because the hierarchy system in Japan is number one. Like, it's not about what you can do, it's about how long you've been in the company. And there's a lot of like, if you do your time, you're going to get the top spot eventually. And that's what's very frustrating for a lot of people in Japan, because it's not about how hard you work, it's about how long you work. So like, there's a lot of burnout. And a good example is like, if you go to work and you go from 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock and you leave and you do twice as much work as someone that stays 3 hours later, even if just sleeping at their desk all day, the guy that's sleeping at the desk is going to get the promotion because he was there.
Sure. Makes sense.
But yeah, so at the moment, everyone's just talking about like the assassination and of the Koof numbers, which have kind of exploded a bit with travel. So it seems like nobody wants to make the unpopular decision to open the country, which is a big problem at the moment. And a lot of people are very angry about that, myself included, about not being able to. Essentially, some people will leave the country and you can't get back in, and you lose your businesses and things like that. I know that happened to a couple early in the 2020. They left Japan for 2 weeks. They couldn't get back in, and for 6 months, and they ended up selling their business, and they just gave up on living in Japan. They just never returned.
Daniel seems to, he says, I laid it out and explained it and said way more than I should have. And
Did Max
that
say
was
too
made
much?
light of, so I mean, he's been on show a couple times in the last few weeks or whatever, and explained quite a bit on the way things work and how things are actually going. I really don't know if who to believe, because there's so many people that have opinions and thoughts, and some are have a little bit more of a deeper tie to some of this world than others, and it's very interesting when it comes down to pulling in all this information and trying to process it enough to actually come up with a coherent question for any of it, because you're just like, there's just so much, just way too much for anybody to actually just sit there and say, oh, it's this and this is what's going to happen next. We don't know what's going to happen next. We really don't. And I have a feeling that some of this has ties to like World Economic Forum stuff, to the level of, we just don't know what this world is trying to actually do with their one world order. And if they keep on interjecting in everybody's politics, where is it going to go next? Which country's next to actually be infiltrated by these one world order people? It really it's really scary when it comes down to it. Exactly. California Princess, 119 people watching, 120 watching, and only 59 likes. Hit that like button, share it to all your friends, let them know where this is. I am really a rewatch stream when it comes down to it, because of the time of night that I run. There's so many other people that are running shows. Make sure that more and more people see it, so that they actually rewatch this more and more.
Looks like someone in the chat asked me, how do I feel about the current defense? Do you mean about Japan, or could you expand on that a little bit, JMK? But if we're talking about, like, I'm going to admit it's not my wheelhouse to talk about like governmental conspiracies and one world order and all things like that. I mean, I kind of like hearing about them, but I don't know very much. But I will say that Japan does have a very strong, a very strong cultural identity, and they want to stay Japanese. They don't like it when people come in and start talking about what they need to do. And that's one of the reasons that whaling is so popular. Like, to be honest, whale meat isn't very popular in Japan, but they keep doing it kind of just to show that they can't be told not what not to do. And a lot of
you
people
can't
don't know
be mean to fat chicks.
No, you can be mean to fat chicks in Japan. That's the thing. People call me fat all the time.
You're not a chick. Well, if you
Well,
choose
you're
to
not-
be
How
one,
dare you assume his gender?
oh yeah.
Squawk
realize-
says, so Japan is secure?
Is what?
I think Japan's secure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah. Hey, pretty soon they'll
We
have
get we get the North Korean rockets fly over us sometimes. We get like missile alerts on our phones that like it hasn't happened in a while, but like more than northern Japan, like maybe around Yamagata or something. No, not Yamagata. Is it Yamagata, Max? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yamagata. Up on
That's
Hokkaido
northern.
or in
It's like up northern Kita,
more, yeah.
Nihon, right? Yeah, yeah. That's where the missiles come from sometimes.
Oh gosh. What were we talking about? Whale meat or oh, you mentioned before I figured out I had a big problem with my speaker, Yasukuni Shrine. That there is kind of a big misnomer, and this happened after the assassination. You had these left-wing foreign reporters saying, well, you know, Abe was not popular because of his position on Yasukuni was controversial. That was totally off. I think from the way that Yasukuni is, and now I'm going to sound like some right-wing Japanese apologist, but one is unless you were a nationalistic Korean or Chinese, and actually not a Taiwanese, okay, you would be going rah rah rah. Yeah, Yasukuni is bad. Abe and Koizumi are piece of. This is not the case. Yasukuni, and they would
was
cite
also a lot of international things, like
No,
specifically the South Koreans and the Chinese.
no. It became
really
it actually wasn't an issue for a long time. It became contrived as an issue. So Yasukuni technically is for the souls of the war dead. This is before World War II.
Well, it's any soldier that dies in service of the emperor, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it was, you know, and I think people emphasize the emperor, but yeah, Yasukuni is for the. And here's the words I never understood. When they say enshrine the souls of the dead, it doesn't mean that you have the remains there. It's not like there's a crematorium. I've been to Arlington, so, you know, and it's, you know, if you're, depending on your religion, and I believe even they'll acknowledge if somebody says they're a Wiccan or something like that. And your remains can be there cremated or buried. But this is not an Arlington cemetery. However, if it were, and people started saying, well, how dare you pay your respects to Arlington because of whatever they're against about American policy, that you'd tell them to go F themselves or delete themselves. Now, going back to Yasukuni, was their issue was I think there's 14 convicted Class A war criminals whose souls are enshrined there technically. Do you remember that 1980s Japanese video game meme that played maybe 20 years ago? And all your souls are belong to us.
All your base now belong to us.
All your base, yeah. So this is kind of really similar. The remains are not consecrated there, or whatever you have it. It's simply symbolic. Moreover, it's not like, oh, this is a shrine to the Ishii, Dr. Ishii, Unit 731, or to Tojo Hideki, or this is expressly to honor, by going there, you're worshiping at the shrine of Hideki Tojo. That's not the case. But they made it a case, or they tried to make it the case. And that's why I'm thinking it's a little bit, you know, I had a friend who worked for the government, U.S. government, and he brought, this is really old, you probably don't know this TV show. Does anyone remember Taxi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm old enough to remember that.
Okay, so my friend, I think he was, maybe he was State Department, maybe he's still Air Force. He brought Tony Danza, the actor, to Yasukuni just to see it and everything. No big deal. That must have been the 80s, eh?
Is Yasukuni, is it a taisha or a jinja?
It's a shrine, and they have archives there.
Oh, yeah.
They have a museum. In 2006, I think, my best friend said, hey, man, when I was posted down in Okinawa, we had these 3 Marines And they're doing some maneuvers over at Mount Fuji, but they got a day in Tokyo. Can you take them out? So I said, okay, fine. It turned out they spent 2 or 3 days in Tokyo because the ship needed repairs or something. So these 3 guys, I remember their names. They're funny. They all did ROTC in college. Remember, I think University of Kansas was one guy, but there's another guy who went to Yale University. You know, this is a stronghold of liberal, but his name matched that of a famous actor, Ewan McDougall. If you Google Ewan McDougall, you'll probably find him. You know, Yale class of 2003 or something like that. But he's a Marine. So they'd all done Iraq. I think they're first lieutenants, and they're pretty chill guys. They were cool. And one of the things during the day, I organized a dinner for them. But during the day, I mean, we went drinking, but I took them over to the Yasukuni Shrine Museum. And if you go there, you know, they walk you through. Normally, what I like to do is I like to skip all the typical museum stuff, the prehistory stuff, and you get to the end where you see all the bombs and the munitions and stuff. But we did the typical path, and they do have an area where they are kind of they have a area for the kamikaze, the tokotai. And one of the Marines, he was just looking at it like, and I remember there was a old guy, and he was kind of saying in Japanese to me, yeah, my brother was one of them or something. But I just kind of kept quiet. But the one Marine, he was looking at it, and I said, what are you looking at? He goes, man, these are like the effers who were trying to get us in Iraq, you know. And so this was, what, 2005, 2006 or something. And then we continued on. I went there recently, too, with a 17-year-old high school guy. He's going to be 18, I think, 17th. And when we went there, I realized something near the end of it. They have areas where people can look up the records of their relatives. And, yeah, I just walked by. But I saw this woman. She had been sitting there, and she was crying. And I just thought, ooh, I felt like I was intruding. You know, this is where. And I said, hey, dude, we should just kind of walk away. Because I thought it was really personal. But I didn't realize they had that capability to provide access to the general public. But Yasukuni, I don't consider now. Maybe 2017, I can't remember. You can find it. Justin Bieber, by the way, he was born at St. Joseph's Hospital in London, Ontario, Canada. At one point, somebody said it was the home of serial killers or something. Anyways, I know Justin Bieber tweeted a photo. He came to Japan and he was at Yasukuni, and right away he had to take it down because all his fans, you know, especially, you know, other parts of Asia, they freaked out. And so, yeah, now Yasukuni is an issue. But here's the thing, and I remember this too. I remember I said Taiwanese. They don't really... The former president of Taiwan, Lee, he died a while back, I think. Anyways, he said he goes to Yasukuni. And said, why? He said, my brother served in the Imperial Japanese Navy. They never found his body. So this is the only place I can go to honor him. And that's what maybe a lot of Americans don't realize with Taiwan. For the most part, the Taiwanese have had a positive view of their occupation by Japan. In fact, there's a professor named David Liu who was in the 80s. He wrote a book on kind of Japanese mind or something like that. And I remember he was from Taiwan. He immigrated to the United States, and when he wrote his book, he explained how his studies were interrupted by the end of the war. And I thought, that's an effed up way to think about it. That it was like sadly interrupted by the end of World War II. Then I realized, like, yeah, the Kuomintang and the mainland came in, and so he was Taiwanese, and it wasn't comfortable for him. So he became an American. He unsuccessfully ran for Congress a few times in Pennsylvania, I think. But then I understood it, and he said, that time, this is in the 1980s, he said the president of Taiwan reads the Japanese newspapers. He is educated. And I remember reading about this, well, probably in the 90s. And then probably it was way back, this is old, 2000. I went with my friend Jarrett Waite. He was my client. He was the CEO of Lehman Brothers Asia. And this is great. We went down to to Taipei in 2000. It was the security analysts conference or something, and I was an advisor to CEO Lehman Asia, and they told me, "Oh well, sir, you can't be with the guest speaker." They sat me at this other table, and it was maybe 12 or 14 gentlemen. They were all in their 70s or 80s, so they're dead now. And there's a round thing, and I couldn't speak any Chinese, and they couldn't speak English, so we spoke Japanese. And how they introduced themselves, very proudly, I served in the Imperial Japanese Navy. And going, shit, I'm not making this up. They're pretty cool. And they had this kind of confirmed what I understood. And yeah, if it was coming from somebody else, you would say, hey, Max is some fricking Japanese nationalist apologist. But, I assure you, I'm not. But I do understand the issue with Taiwan and with Yasukuni. We also forget. Remember, we had American presence in Taiwan in support at a significant level until when? You guys know better. What, 73, 74? And okay, this is the funny part. We were leaving. We were in the car. There was a car phone in those days. Jarrett was chewing out his clueless Canadian assistant, who later I found out was implicated in a quadruple homicide in Kings County. This is a great story. Anyways, as he was yelling into the car phone, James, how effing stupid are you? 2 jets whizzed by. And he turns to me and says, hey, Max, were those F-15s or F-16s? Oh, no, he said, were they MiGs? And I looked at him, I said, if they were MiGs, we'd be in a lot of trouble. And that's how much he knew about airplanes, I guess.
I have to say I'm actually a bit of a fan of MiGs, because I had this old game called MiG-29. Yeah. I think it was for MS-DOS or something. It's the oldest game, but it was so much fun when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
That's the extent of my knowledge on MiGs.
So, not to break you up real quick, but Brian's been trying to ask this question pretty much the whole show.
Okay.
Someone asked the question, how are the data mining gurus of Japan going to work with the cabinet shuffle, and that also traces to Kazakhstan? I really don't know how to answer that myself, so that's on you.
Oh, where's the question? Hold on.
It's sitting on the screen.
Oh, okay. This is it's Brian Manuel. Okay, good. Burning me a little. How's it burning you? Is it like burning hemorrhoids or burning?
He's been asking since the beginning of the episode, since we started doing this or whatever, on and off, pretty much asking the same question.
Oh, okay. What is it? What is data mining? Data mining, was it a reference to crypto, or is it,
I'm guessing crypto, Bitcoin.
Well, no, data mining would be sort of, in my mind, it would be like all of the above. It's like data just in general. Like
what Facebook
mining
does
it,
when you're just posting on your information and stuff. I think
sure.
Collecting statistics and buying habits and things like that. I think is what he's referring to. I'm not an IT guy, so I don't know.
Oh, and so these are the illegal data farms in Kazakhstan. This is Operation Borat. Is that right? Is that correct? I'm not sure. I'm kind of. I
no clue. Like I said, I don't even know how to answer the question myself. It's totally on you guys. So I don't know what he's trying to get at.
Okay, I think
maybe he can try clarifying. Maybe he can break it down into some easier questions.
I have it. Okay, so let me put on this. I think if it's with respect to digital information, personal data, right? You've had cyber breaches in Japan. And I think in 2015, I could be wrong on the date, 2016, you had like 1.9 pension records, which were probably lifted by state-owned Chinese hackers. I don't know if that's what it was, but there was a breach. But what I do know about that particular breach was, at the time, and this is a true story, it's not been reported, the head of, I forget what they call it, like the Japanese National Security Council, the first guy, it's a guy named, Takamizawa. He's in his 60s. He teaches at Tokyo University. He actually indicated, and I think this was off record, but great. He had gone over to the National Pension Office bigwigs and said, hey, our intel has indicated that there have been these DDoS attacks on your servers and shit. So you should look into this, exercise caution. And apparently the person goes, okay, thank you. They did nothing. And then as we find out, often it takes an average of 14 months before you discover there's any sort of breach. And this national pension data breach was, it's probably well known. It turns out that the person had no idea, at a significant level, no idea what DDoS meant. Didn't want to show his ignorance, didn't want to ask. But that was a good, 7 years ago. And now, if you look at, if it's cybersecurity you're concerned about, well, then people say, well, look, we have this cybersecurity. We have the Japan Self-Defense Forces, and you can see what's in there, what's being said, and even when Konotaro was defense minister, hey, he talked about, as he had revitalized, bringing people in from, allowing people to port in that don't go through the conventional routes of their quasi-military service. Well, somebody said, actually to my son, he said, hey, smartass, before you start pontificating on all this, why don't you read the defense white paper, which says what is and isn't covered. This is the budget. This is what politicians, bureaucrats do. They request it, spend it, they have to account for it. And came back and he said, holy S. Japan, under the Japan Self-Defense Forces, people think it covers national interests, or at least the government. No. If it attacks the government, the cabinet, anything, they don't lift the finger. It has to specifically be nearly physical infrastructure of the Japan Self-Defense Forces. That's it. That is your mandate. And you realize, wow, that is really, really significant, and so you would argue, now, in this cabinet is interesting. Out of the 14 people, they called somebody back, and his name is Konotaro. This guy went to Georgetown University, but he's two times he was the foreign minister from 2017, and then he was the defense minister. So he's a guy that is not coming back as a defense minister. He is the minister of the newly formed digital agency. I think they have a budget for 600 people. They have 410 right now or something like that. And ostensibly it was, so it's looking at the aspects of digitization, but also it has to, probably knowing him, he will look at actually infrastructure security. And, last year that newly formed digital agency was going to appoint somebody. They announced it on August 5th. They said, the government has basically decided that Joey Ito will be CTO or director of this newly formed agency. And 2 weeks later, they rescinded that. This guy was basically a key enabler for this wonderful philanthropist named Jeffrey Epstein. Do you ever hear his name? Yeah. And so the position that he had...
that wonderful philanthropist.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can only say good things here, good things.
Oh, yes.
MIT. So, I explained to somebody, you see,
Christmas lights hang themselves, folks.
I explained something about, hey, all the money in the world can't save you. If you're Mr. Bill Gates and you drop out of Harvard, you feel some shame because of two things. As we know from Goodwill Hunting, if you go to Harvard, you must have a small penis inferiority complex against MIT. And also he dropped out. So that's why Mr. Bill Gates had to go through Jeffrey Epstein and donate $2 million so that Jeffrey Epstein would then bundle it, and then it would go to MIT through Joey Ito. So I said, see, even people like Mr. Bill Gates need people like Jeffrey Epstein and Joey Ito. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of how we do things here with Mr. Bill Gates,
Oh yeah, you have the he's not in the black. I looked at the black book a couple of times. There's different versions of Jeffrey's black book. But here's one of the things. I've had people say, "Well, you're an idiot and a liar and an asshole because these allegations about President Clinton are not there." And I went, "Okay, look. First of all, almost everyone has a beard or a gatekeeper. So." Yes, Bill Clinton isn't there, but look at his right-hand man and former head of the foundation, Douglas Band. You know what? There's 17 entries under Douglas Band. And oh, by the way, did you look at that 212 cell number? It says number 42, do not call, exclamation mark. That's Bill. Oh,
well, and also there's the giant painting of Bill Clinton when you walk into the place with him wearing, red high heels and a blue dress. So, I mean, if that's not evidence enough of involvement, I don't know what the hell
I don't think people went thoroughly enough through the Black Book for that reason. For example, I saw stuff with somebody I might even have recognized under New Mexico Bill Richardson Ranch out there. There's a guy, Tony, and I think it's a common name, but it could be the same Tony who was Secret Service back in whatever X period. I mean, maybe not, but you had when you go through this, with the understanding of they have kind of cover entries for very important people. For example, you do not see Prince Andrew in there, but what you come to understand is that Jeffrey Epstein had a very good relationship with his ex-wife Sarah Ferguson, who's in there. And so, obviously, the Sarah Ferguson entry in the Black Book is for Prince Andrew. And likewise, the Douglas Band entry is the one for Bill Clinton. I just couldn't recognize everybody's shields and beards and stunt cocks, But yeah, that was so. There's but going back to security, yeah.
Brian was saying that he wanted Max to know that he's Mr. Voice, but he was saying some interesting things about.
He is.
Yes, apparently.
Yes, he is.
I remember that now. Yeah, we were drinking last time. I think he changed.
Oh, for real? Okay.
But something interesting about Japan is Japan is really bad when it comes to software, but people are also very skeptical about the internet. Like Facebook didn't take off in Japan for a very long time because people were very afraid of using their real name and real information online, and that still is kind of a sentiment that is around a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, it's like, do you remember back when you were a kid and people were saying never use your real name online? A lot of Japanese are still like that, and there's a lot of Japanese information is air gated, and a lot of people just don't use technology that isn't. They started using smartphones, obviously, but if you've ever seen a Japanese,
I don't know why he doxed
one of the
himself like
oldest
that,
things.
Like whatever.
Who doxed himself?
Brian. I don't know why he did that. He just changed the game for us because we'd been using it. He's been on our episodes with us a couple times as Mr. Voice, and didn't tell anybody that he was actually Brian Manuel. Well, now he just told everybody that he's Brian Manuel. So all the regulars that come in here now know who he is. So when he comes in here, it's no longer, oh, this guy's interesting, and not knowing that he's actually the same person that talks to him in chat on Discord. So, I mean.
So
yeah,
basically, he's like, this is what vulture funds do with SPCs. You say NPCs, but SPC is special purpose corporation. Yeah. You set up a company and they do the acquisition, and you keep doing it. Except if you do it too many times, the counterparties whom you don't want to know that you're this fund, know who you are. So then they well, I would encourage Brain Manual or Brian Manual.
Brian.
He just has to spin out a few more derivatives, and just like NPCs, that's all he has to do. He can have his own army, his own militia.
Yeah, Max, I think you were disconnected while I mentioned it. Do you remember the Japanese cybersecurity minister that had never used a computer in his entire life?
Oh yeah, but that wasn't Hirai, right? I have a file on Hirai.
May have been.
Okay, that guy has strong Chinese interests.
Really?
Oh yeah. I have records. I have an old stuff. Not so old. Maybe I wrote it in 2018, where he met with Huawei executives and all these different. I think everyone has these. Not everyone, but you have these. You have these kind of skeletons, and you can, and sometimes you have to use this wonderful thing like with Internet Archive. There was one pundit out there, she's American and Irish citizen, going out there as whatever. She's talking about the new thing and all this stuff, and then I realized, I went back and I found an archived link back in 2000 or something, and she was one of the golden children of Klaus, what's his name, Schwartz,
Schwab.
Mr.
Schwartz.
Yeah, Schwabi. Yeah, she was, and I think it was, I thought, oh, that's convenient. It was like the church lady in Saturday Night Live. Oh, how convenient, or whatever. That was just so weird. I'm looking for it, but I can't find it. It's
that's something I
has
find
everywhere. And I just pulled up here the guy that you were referring to earlier in this stream, who is the minister of, what is it?
cybersecurity.
Well, Minister of the Environment, Ministry of Environment of Japan, and you said that it was like.
What's his name?
This guy?
No. Shinichiro Koizumi is the son of one of the former prime ministers. So he's a little favored golden child of from the Koizumi legacy. Their family is typically from Yokosuka, near the same town that hosts the U.S. Naval Base. And so they gave him his first portfolio. So what is this? Yes, when was this done? The WEF. This is when they were woke. Good to be woke. Still is.
Does it have a date? February 8th, 2021.
Yeah, exactly. So there's this lag time. It's like running into these guys who are, I don't know, what's considered unfashionable now. Like you wouldn't. The time gap is not so as bad as saying, "Oh wow, I got my you should see my MySpace thing." I don't know if MySpace exists anymore, but that's.
Did you ever have a Mixie, Max?
No, never.
That was like Japan's version of Facebook. It was very, very lame.
Yeah, I don't have Line because I knew their CTO.
You don't have Line? What are you going to get all your stickers from?
By the way, MySpace does still exist.
Yeah. Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah.
Where's your site? Let me. What do you do? Post a like onto it or something?
I don't have one.
Okay. That's because you're not after gilfs, you know. I bet old people have them still, like with AOL accounts or something. You know, I
Yeah,
don't know.
right. I still have my AOL account tied to my MySpace.
Oh my God, I was going to make a joke about being a predator towards old people, but then suddenly I just realized my brain started seizing up because all of these freaking conversations on this Chris Chang guy. I thought, no, that's not even funny. That's
He might have gotten away with it. I was looking at the update for the case today. Like, he's being transferred to somewhere, perhaps a halfway home, and is being rescheduled for a trial in a year's time. So it looks like he's going to be on a year's probation. I don't know for sure yet. Like, none of the lawyers have checked it out.
Look,
But it looks like he might actually have gotten away with it. Like, it's very disturbing.
I tried mentioning this on Andrew Legal Mindsets chat. There is a case, and you guys can look it up. It's in 2015 or 2017, Portland. There was a Max train, and this guy named Jeremy Joseph Christian, mentally ill, went and I think two people died. He stabbed people, I believe. I don't know if he shot them. And so he is currently serving 2 consecutive life sentences. But if you go back, and it's not really apparent if you Google it, but you have to have recalled moments of the case where his defense lawyers unsuccessfully tried to argue that he was not, what's the word? Basically, they put forth a rigorous autism defense, and it failed. But I think that he's not the only one. So by virtue simply saying, oh, well, the lawyers are putting forth arguments of an autism defense, that doesn't mean it's going to go through. Yeah. And so I expect to see the end of it. Yeah. Probably this guy will go away for, it's awkward. I could also see them if they use some of the sensibilities and that they use in other countries, or actually in the U.S. If you have these abuse cases, usually they do. Some places do close it, you know, and I can understand that. If I were a relative or friend of a victim, I realized that there was just all this massive attention on this case, and those details become public, I would be kind of uncomfortable, you know. So,
Max, do you have any opinion on when Japan might open to the world?
Holy shoot!
For tourism.
Well, hey, did you see that one I sent you and Andrew on the correlation of syphilis and
yeah, I've got that. We might
visitors
talk
to Japan.
about that. We might talk about that on Monday.
Yeah, did Andrew not realize that, you know, you're safely on the inside at Japan, but you were very honest as you are, and I did for that. I was cruel and I called you patient 0. Yeah. I think you should.
This is one thing. So if anyone, maybe people in chat don't know exactly what we're talking about. There was a diagram showing a sharp increase in syphilis cases in Japan from 2012 onwards, which is around the time that I actually went to Japan the first time. Mm-hmm. Because I lived in Japan 2 times. This is my second time. And what's interesting is a lot of people like have a kind of a perception about Japan, like this high-tech wonderland, that the women are like the pure waifus and things, and it's not really the case. And like the reason the syphilis thing came up is that because a lot of Japanese people don't actually use protection. So as foreigners were coming into Japan, there wasn't explosive cases. And if you've seen any animes where the characters have those like white eye patches, this is quite a large instance of pink eye in Japan, which has come from a trend of licking eyeballs, which I think was made popular from a Daring Grey video, which is like a Japanese visual K band. And so Japan is backwards in a lot of ways that people don't understand. Like if you don't know how to use a fax machine, you're not going to get ahead in a Japanese office environment, for example. And like there's such a layer of bureaucracy and everything to go through just your normal day. It comes from, everything is like top down. There's no like bottom up suggestions in a Japanese industry. And like, it's kind of interesting and kind of quaint and kind of, you know, when you first come over here, it's kind of, you know, intriguing and you enjoy it. Like for instance, getting a plastics or a wooden seal made up. Like you get a stamp that has your initials or something on it, and you have to sign everything with a stamp, and then you need to go to like the boss and get his stamp, and then you have to go to the general manager and get his stamp. And if you don't have all the stamps in order, then you can't actually get anything done. It's like this very slow process. There's a movie, Shin Godzilla, which is it's one of the better new Godzilla movies, and it's really such a funny part in the beginning when the government is talking about what to do with Godzilla, and they're going through all these different meetings. That's exactly what it's like living in Japan. I just was laughing my ass off when that happened, because it's just like working in a Japanese office. It's so bureaucratic and things take so long to get done.
So let's go back. I know we this was a very long tangent of stuff, which is fine. But let's go back to the thing that was going on that you wanted to talk about, Max. Which was
have an answer though for somebody, Chris. I'm just looking at the latest Nikkei opinion poll, and of the topics that the public were concerned about, the sub-headline says public concerned about pandemic, rising prices, Taiwan situation.
Yeah, inflation's hitting us now. Like, it looks like 10,000 food items are going up in price because of the weak yen. And like, obviously there's a lot of contributing factors, but one of them is the tourism industry. There's no tourist money coming into Japan at the moment, which is probably one of the contributing factors for the yen.
And then with respect to the
is that all because of the coup?
Essentially, I would say. I mean, Japan has got its own economic issues. It's been trending down since the 80s. There's been a few like rises and dips and everything. Like, traditionally, the yen was kind of like a good hedge dollar. Like, when the US dollar went down, you'd put your money into yen because it was very stable. Hasn't been the case for a long time, and it's been trending down for like the last decade, I want to say. But in the last couple of months, it went down 30% dip. And I think that's probably because the rest of the world has kind of moved on from the lockdowns and everything, but Japan is still firmly there. And there was some talks in early June about opening the country to tourists, and they did these really stupid guided tour groups where you'd come in and you'd babysit around. It's like going to North Korea essentially. You've got like a minder and everything, and that was going on early in June, and then Abe was assassinated, and we haven't really heard anything about it since.
Mm-hmm.
But they completely forgot about it.
There's. I tried pasting something to great.
In the private chat,
yeah, but I didn't get all of it because there's a limit on the number of words. I'm retarded that way. But the thing is, the Japanese public, they said their approval rating for how the Kishida administration is handling the 7th wave of this coup pandemic is very low. They said record low at 54% and 19%. Oh, okay, 19% is their approval rating on how they're handling inflation.
Well, they want to change the reporting of it now because there was 200,000 cases or something over the last few weeks, and they're thinking about changing it because I think what's happening is there's probably an increase in infections, but not a correlating increase in deaths. Which would just say that it's kind of reaching equilibrium in the country or something. But you have to remember that Japan is a country that is a kind of an old country. A lot of the population is, people always joke about Japan sells more adult diapers than children diapers.
Mm-hmm.
So the people, even though Japan is a very healthy country in a lot of ways, there are a lot of these older people that are vulnerable to these sort of respiratory things.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be a large problem as Japan goes on because the declining birth rates, there's nobody going to be. Japan's pension system is basically a big Ponzi at this point. That's kind of true for a lot of countries, right? But in Japan, it's actually the case. I think a lot of countries have actually moved. I think in America, you've got your 401k, right? You're actually putting money into your own account and you're investing with that. Is that correct?
For the most, when you're old enough to actually have such a thing, yes. These younger kids, some of them don't. I personally, I don't have shit. It's there's no retirement for me. There's nothing. I do this, and I'm an at-home dad, and that's why I always bug people to actually hit up the PayPal or the buy me a coffee or whatever until I get big enough to get paid through YouTube. I ain't making nothing. I'm just sitting here taking care of a kid, and wondering what's going to happen next, hoping things happen, hoping people actually go and, hit a subscribe button.
Well, that's why it is really important to support the channels you like that do live streaming in particular, because I do a lot of YouTube analytics stuff, and I can tell you, like, a video that gets about, like, a regular video that's about 5 minutes long and has about a 50% watch duration time and has about 20,000 views, it'll make about $200 US. If you do a live stream for about, let's say, 3 hours with about 100 viewers, you get about $1 in YouTube revenue. So the only way to really make live stream revenue is either have thousands of viewers or to have people donating to super chats, memberships, PayPal donation things. So if you do love these creators that are putting out this content, day after day, do your best to support them. It doesn't have to be every day, but maybe like once a week or something, or encourage people, or share the stream, or do something you can, because live streamers in particular are getting bad deals from YouTube. Like YouTube is getting a lot of advertising out of them, and they're just not paying them the way that is kind of comparable to doing a 5-minute video. I can look at this on my own channel because I got monetized like a couple months ago, and I've been looking at it very carefully. And I've actually got a few other channels where I kind of scan the analytics and manage a few channels as well. And I can tell you that like 100,000 views on like a short video, like a proper video, is so much more profitable than a live stream, unless you have those fans that are supporting you every day.
Can somebody capture what Meme just said? Because his voice is so good, not just the argument. I mean, hell, Memes, if he said it right, could get me to go gay.
Oh dear.
Oh.
But I also think what you said was important. But it's also presentation, and I think that I don't know how many people are in chat right now, but
it's at 105. According to what this says 105, and there's 71 people that are liking it. I mean, it's not that hard. It doesn't cost you anything to hit the like button to actually push that algorithm through. It really doesn't.
That's incredible for the size of your subscriber base. Like I saw a channel with 100,000 subscribers live streaming today, and they couldn't get over 80 people.
They couldn't get it up?
Couldn't get it up.
I normally sit about 30 to 40. I went and I spent $2. Thank you to my supporters over on Good Logic to ask him if he would actually raid me tonight, because I knew I had a couple people on here. I had one person on here at that time that was actually giving me some relevant information to Japan and what was actually happening over there. I'm super glad that Meme Copium stopped in here, because I added him to the description line or whatever, so that way it actually shows his name as well. It's going to push the algorithm. Everything pushes an algorithm, and that's what we're actually here for, is to push that algorithm to get everybody subs, get everybody interested in doing something for ourselves. And we just keep on trying. I know, like tonight or whatever, because you guys are so such easy talkers, you guys can actually throw a bunch of information out there. It's hard for me to actually throw a proper question at you, because we're not focusing on any particular topic. We're kind of, there's so much going on. Yep, see, there you go. There's Max.
Yep.
There you go. I'll share.
We are all humans. I said once I hit 1,000 subs, that might actually happen sooner. Maybe I'll do it at 500, because it's taken me so long to get to the 1,000. Maybe that will actually push me even further.
Hey, look! I look like what's that Kiwi guy?
You could turn on like after the first hour of stream or something. You could turn on subscriber only mode for like 1 minute or something. That usually gets like the 10 or 20 people that don't realize they've been unsubscribed to actually resubscribe to you.
Hey, it's a disco. It's a disco light. Okay.
Unless it's already on, I'm not sure.
It's not like it's costing them anything to do any of these. Subscribe, share. It's a free thing, but I get paid.
I think this is a real thing. Actually, I stole it from my son. So one of my godfathers gave it to him. So it's from the academy. But maybe I should get one for your kid, and you would be really upset and never talk to him again. Let me show you what this baseball cap is. This is a real thing. It is. They sell it at the academy. Yeah.
Sure.
I have a T-shirt that says "Abolish the FBI."
Yeah. And so it says something like, "What is it? Real?" It is. Yeah.
In the Federal Bureau.
that I don't wear. It was when my I have a godfather he's works for the New York Yankees, right? And then when Bobby Valentine briefly was the manager for the Red Sox, my boy thought, oh, it doesn't matter. And my best friend's son said, no, you can't wear both. And he was like, I guess I can. I said, no, kid, grown men, if you wear the wrong colors, like Red Sox in New York or whatever, you can get beaten up. You could get the shit kicked out of you, you know? Probably more Boston fans.
It's the most popular sport in Japan, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's popular. It's great.
I mean, the most, isn't it?
Pardon? The what?
Problem.
The what problem?
The most popular, like the number one sport is baseball.
You know what? It used to be. In the 80s and the 90s, if you were in a taxi cab and the radio in season, you would have sumo would be on the radio or baseball, okay? But at some point, if I meet somebody in their 30s, one, they don't watch it anymore, and you know what? And it kills me because I go, oh god damn! They go, so what sports do you watch? And they tell me very brightly, and I want soccer. And I go, oh god. You know?
Really? I've never seen people playing soccer in Japan.
No.
All the kids are playing baseball when I see them.
No, and I couldn't understand it. I mean, I went to...
Might be a Kansai thing. I live pretty close to Koshien Stadium.
Yeah. So that's a big deal on Koshien. You know, the kids, the high school kids who play, the best teams in the summer and August, they play, they consider the ground, the soil there in Koshien to be like sacred. They'll scoop it up. And when they lose, they're like, oh, you know, no, they're not going to go and freaking cut themselves and do suicide. But
they'd be doing that right now, wouldn't they? Their summer baseball tournament.
Oh yeah, maybe when does it start? Next week or something?
I know it's too bloody hot to be outside.
It is. There's some great stories. You had what was it with? Anyways, in 2018, I think Ambassador Haggerty went and there's an article, Bob Whiting, he's Robert Whiting. He is the eminent English language authority on two things: Japanese baseball. They call it Japanese yaku. That's
okay. Hold
baseball.
On a second. Here.
And then also, wait a minute, Japanese yakuza, which is organized crime.
I gotta actually talk to the chat real quick here. Okay, so Brian, I don't know how many times I've told you, if you want a question actually stated, put my name in there. It highlights it orange. You don't have to put the @ you just simply put in my name the way it's spelled, and it will highlight it for me, and I will see your proper questions. I'm sorry I'm not seeing your questions. I'm sorry I'm not able to actually get them across to anybody in a proper, timely manner. There's a regular conversation that's happening, and I'm not going to cut them off at any point in time.
No,
I apologize.
I'll
if you would like your stuff stated, please put out a proper question with my name on it, so that way I can read it to them. If I'm missing something, there's nothing I can do about that. I'm not going to sit there and decipher through chat to get the proper questions. Some of the questions, and not that I'm not reading in Discord either. Where were you asking questions in Discord? Did you ask? He asked me one question earlier before I had Meme Copium come in here, and I didn't see it until then. Was, can I come and join you? And it's like, well, you could potentially, but I don't want to take away from my guests either.
No, it's easier.
That's the thing. Is I don't want to take away from that, and that's why you guys are Koolfrogg. Do you even want to throw me a link? Well, are you going to be calm about it, or I really don't want to do it if you're gonna, if you have an attitude towards I'm not doing something that you would like.
This is kind of something that's kind of interesting as a stream grows as well, because like when you start off with a very small group of people, like 10, 20, 30 people, you can kind of read everything in chat and acknowledge everyone. But as you get over like 50, 60, 100, it becomes very difficult to follow things. And the person that's like doing the stream is not only just looking at chat, they're also looking at the analytics, they're looking at the links, they're inviting people on, they're checking the audio levels. Like if you're ever in chat and a streamer doesn't like see you, don't get offended or anything, because it could be that they just didn't like. It's like the thing. Like
No, I had this
only know
issue the
your
other
point of
day
view,
with a couple people in chat where they immediately said, "Okay, bye," because I wasn't reading every single thing that was coming through from them because I wasn't seeing all of them. You know, if 10 people say one thing at the same time, the whole screen changes, and I didn't see half of them. There's nothing I can do about that. Again, if you want me to read something, put my name in there. I'll see it come up in orange, and I'll be able to actually read particular questions. I'm not going to cut somebody off in mid-sentence either, though.
Hey, do you have moderators and stuff that help you out?
I got
don't know how they
plenty of
work.
moderators around here.
Oh.
I got a couple of really good ones. Like GeneXO is here. She's one of the best moderators in the world. I got a whole
that's a real
slew of
person? I thought it was a fine cognac. That's what I was thinking. Yes.
I have this whole slew of moderators, but I don't even know how to moderate correctly, and I'm moderator for several different channels. So I mean, as far as that goes, it's the level of what they know, right? Exactly. Germs. Gene is a champ. I mean,
Crypto. Okay, if there was something on cryptocurrency and not on data security, okay, then there was a question from this this guy I know. He's kind of weird, but it was, and if I can find it, was this: was Japan doing anything with regards to central bank and on their crypto policy? Were they doing anything forward? And I think, I'm not going to explain it really well, but I said no, they're not. I put a couple of. There was a name of a woman. She was one of the key committees and influential on cabinet, and the policy was no, they were not. As far as where Japan was going on, kind of central bank crypto, it was more like, nah, we're gonna step behind and just kind of watch.
I have to say, I'm a big fan of crypto. Japan is actually not too bad with using it. Like there are like BTC ATMs around major cities, and you can actually buy things in like a big department store like Big Camera using Bitcoin these days, and that's been like that for a few years. So it's a bit frustrating that it got like a big gain of momentum and then kind of tapered off for a while, and now like it's kind of just in the background. I'm hoping it comes back in a big way, like, because I think the ideas behind it are really interesting, and like using it as a currency is literally the most base way we can actually use it. Like when I say base, I mean like the simplest way to do it. Like a great way application for cryptography is like for voting. You could create a blockchain for voting where that you can both verify an election was legitimate, check that your vote was counted correctly to the party that you voted for, while also remaining anonymous. There's all these different applications of cryptography.
I would say this because my boy votes, so does my wife. I don't, because I am not a Japanese citizen. But I don't think it's a good idea. Japan maintain pen and paper for their voting. And before you go, well, the blockchain digital, I'll say, look what happened. Do you need another Dominion or what have you? I think until you're very confident that you can't be corrupted.
Yeah. Thing. If you've been following, if you remember the Chris Chan, he's like, whenever he gets horny, he says someone rigged his erection. So my brain's just not in place. Yeah, that's his own little catchphrase. My brain's just a bit scattered. I'm gonna go grab a glass of water.
Do you know when General MacArthur, after he finished his term as Supreme Commander Allied Power, he actually unsuccessfully ran for election for president. And so some people have said this is an urban myth, but supporters in Japan who really looked up to MacArthur, they said the big banner supposedly read, we pray, maybe they said we play for General MacArthur's erection. And I think that's true. I don't know exactly if they made a mistake with play and pray, but definitely they made a mistake with a spelling mistake with election. There's another story which some people have also said is an urban myth, but there is the way Christmas is celebrated in Japan. I mean, Meme has discussed, because he lives in Osaka, Kentucky Fried Chicken. They dress up the Santa. They buy KFC. It's different, but one of the things I remember is there was a department store and they had a Christmas exhibit, and they combined maybe what they thought all the best traditions of Christmas, and allegedly or supposedly there was a Santa Claus nailed to a cross like Christ. Yeah.
It's also worth noting that Christmas is a date night in Japan.
That's why Jesus Christ couldn't have been born in Japan. I mean, it's like Valentine's Day. Everyone's screwing. So
there is
no
there is the tomb of Christ in like northern Japan.
Aomori.
Aomori.
Yeah. But yeah, Christmas.
I mean, he has to be buried somewhere, right? May as well be Aomori.
If you're single in Japan, this is like Valentine's Day. So if you have a girlfriend,
if you get asked out on Christmas Eve in Japan, you're getting laid. That's what's going to happen. It's not a holiday though, like it's not a national holiday or anything. So it's kind of like if you think about Christmas for Western countries, you kind of spend it with our families, and then New Year's Eve you go out with your friends or your girlfriend or whatever. Kind of reverse those. So Christmas is the friends or the date night or the single awareness day, and then New Year's Eve you spend with your family. You go to a shrine. It was at Hudson Day or something, like the first shrine visit of the thing. Basically all of Japan is religious, but it's kind of like everyone's religious, but they don't really do much except for go to a shrine occasionally. You're either Buddhist or Shinto. So there's two types of shrines you'll see in Japan. There's the jinjas and the taishas. So a jinja is like a Shinto shrine, and taisha is a Buddhist shrine. So there's differences and stuff. But
now, did anyone watch the Man in the High Castle?
I watched a bit of it.
So Robert Whiting was one of the advisors, and this is back in 2018, and he was going like, hey, they're talking to producers, and what they wanted for the scene where they had to take out the actor Tagawa, they wanted a state Shinto funeral. And there was a woman who's supposedly a Hollywood Japanese consultant promoting Shinto. Oh, it's so wonderful. They ended up doing it, but the argument was, from the experts who were consulting, was even during the war, when they promoted state Shinto, and even people who are Shintoists themselves, most of the population, when they die, they have a Buddhist ceremony. Yeah, and it was weird. I remember it was a Friday, July 12th. Bob was presenting to the Tokyo Club, all these kind of creme de la creme of Japanese conservative society, and I was allowed to attend because I helped them with this presentation. But so I remember they didn't know my gender, because my real name, sometimes they're wondering if it's a girl's name or something like that. So screw them. So they said he can attend with a suit and tie, gentleman, or a dress or something. And so I told Bob, well, maybe I'll bring one with a nice pearl necklace, and he was making a bad joke. But they sat me next to this guy, and he was a cool dude, Mr. Shadow. And he showed me a photo because he knew I'd been in Washington, D.C. He goes, 1957, high school. He went to, not Georgetown Prep, but he went to St. John's. And I see him in a high school ROTC Army uniform, Japanese guy. I said, holy ass. You went, and then he told me he went to this Catholic school near where I live. It's a Japanese one. And then he went to University of Tokyo, worked for Bank of Tokyo, had a total career. Then a post-career, 17 years with the Imperial Household Agency. So I said, sir, what are you doing now? He goes, he is the executive director of Meiji Shrine. And I was going, wow. So after I finished the dinner and presentation, I told Bob, you want a qualified opinion on funerals, which he backed, and that was Saito or Sato. But it was kind of funny. The coincidence was great. But going back was, we were talking about Shinto, the Shinto funerals, the Shinto shrine. what I'm saying is, they're not beholden to very few people. I mean, I know one guy. He's second generation Japanese American. He'll go, "My family is what is he? Shinto, and he's all about Shinto." He's a little bit of a nationalist, you know. And I kind of remind him. I said, you know, hey, you're not Japanese, you know. He goes, "My uncles were killing the, you know, in China." And I said, "Yeah, but you weren't. Like, you're projecting too hard." And he's kind of short and fat.
Hey Max, do you know the Miko-sans?
Oh, yeah.
The
for the
shrine maidens, the Miko-san.
Yeah.
Do you know what their favorite drink is?
Fanta.
Ginger ale.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
Japanese dad joke.
Ginger. Oh, okay. Ginger. Oh, God. Ginger is shrine. Okay, I get it. It took me a while. It's just like, oh.
I love that joke. It's one of my favorite jokes.
Now, here's the funny thing. If you're Catholic and you have a funeral in Japan, I've been to a couple of Catholic funerals. You have the services, right? The Mass. But Catholics in Japan also have a 49-day ceremony, which is not in a typical... 49 days is in the Buddhist belief that after your funeral is held, 49 days later, there's another ceremony. They believe that for 49 days or something, your soul is still kind of this earth, and then you ascend to heaven or whatever. And so I thought, oh, that's a little bit of a hybrid twist on it, but that's what they... and so some of the Japanese... you have Japanese who are Catholic, yeah? And I think I mentioned earlier, maybe on the show, the former Prime Minister, former Finance Minister, longest-serving Deputy Prime Minister Aso Taro, he's Catholic. And he's from a very wealthy family down in Kyushu. They own mines and everything else. But do you know what his baptismal name is? You remember? It's a great name, especially if you look at his photo. He looks like a Yakuza Don. He's a sharp-dressed man. It's Francisco. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you were talking about that earlier, yeah.
Yeah, Francisco. And anyways, that's...
Okay, so AmericaShirts tried to bring us back for a few minutes, or probably about 20, 30 minutes ago. Mm-hmm. Let's see if he can't bring something up here real quick. AmericaShirts, you got the floor, bud.
Yep.
Well, I was just going to bring it back to the thing that you were talking about. Again, we went over the assassination of Abe, and then there was the recent reshifting of the cabinet and different people coming into different positions. And
yes,
what could you explain about some of that, or like, you know, is there any shadiness or whatever? Because you were talking with Koolfrogg there about some of that kind of stuff, and then he was relaying that to me, and I thought that was kind of interesting to go over some of that shifting of power and like the different people taking whatever seat of the administration, I guess. Like how, like what's the significance? What are these like people's background or whatever, and like how does this affect Japan and sort of the world writ large, if you will? If that's too broad, I don't know how else to condense that, but I mean, you know, do you get what I'm asking, right? Like,
can I say hello?
So,
can anybody hear?
What's up, Mr. Voice?
Yeah.
All right. Good evening, chat. Good evening, panel. How are you guys?
Pretty good.
We're all
Good.
doing very well. So
Speaking of the cabinet
Max a
shuffle,
moment to actually think about this. Do you have anything to go along with AmericaShirts' question?
me?
Or question. Yeah, you.
Okay.
Mr. Max, name the finance minister.
So let's what is AmericaShirts? What's the question about the cabinet? What's noteworthy about this? First of all, I'm repeating myself, but I think some of the key underlying impetus to reshuffle the cabinet. Remember, this was on the calendar for September. They moved it forward. And one of the things they needed to do was especially bring in, for some of the key posts, defense, they needed somebody who had experience. They could not be a first-time minister. That's why they brought in a former defense minister, Hamada. And that was really, really key. It wasn't just like the previous defense minister was underperforming. This was the brother of former Prime Minister Abe. And a week or two after his assassination, he came up, wheeled up in his wheelchair and said, "Yeah, I have to tell you guys something. I've had these extensive, significant relationships with the Unification Church, including helping me win my elections." And that's a hell of a shocker. Now, compounded with that, in July, you're having this security concern. It did not help that Pelosi did the way she did, and I think it just highlighted even more. So that's why. So the key, one of the things of the 14 was get a defense minister that hopefully will settle everything, not just from the voters' perspective, but also from your partners. Now, other portfolios are not going to be as important. So some of those can be virtue posturing. They can be diversity candidates. They can be you can bring those in. But I think the real key ones tend to be defense and foreign affairs and finance. And remember, he did not swap out all 14 people. And the positions in and around, he's kept the Chief Cabinet Secretary Matsuno. He's kept the Foreign Minister Hayashi and Suzuki. And of course, when they say he kept Tetsuo Saito as the head of land infrastructure transportation, that's really the call of their coalition cult partner called Komito. Tetsuo Saito is. And then I think they kept somehow, they made a shift in or around. Daiichiro Yamagiwa is the economic revitalization minister. But I think, and they brought another former health, labor, and welfare minister named Kato out of retirement. And so it's the third time to serve as the health, labor, and welfare minister. But here's the interesting thing. The left-wing Asahi had an article. They said, still 3 of the members of the new cabinet have links to the Unification Church. And I'm kind of rolling my eyes on this one because I think it was Kato. Kato, maybe 2 years ago, his election campaign or his office in Okayama received about $200 from somebody, a member of or representing the Unification Church. Not 200 million, not 200,000, not even $2,000, $200. And so really, that clearly is not significant. So that's why I would, when we look at the Unification Church links issue, you really have to have some common sense and weed the significant ones away from the ones that are just, bullshit.
Right.
And that's why. I mean, there was a guy on the left. I think it was Maihara, several years ago, and so the allegation was that he had received money donation from a foreigner, and I think it boiled down to $1,500 from a ethnic Korean woman in Kyoto who owned a Korean barbecue restaurant. And so that's probably more oversight. I don't think that it was is a case that oh, thanks for the $200 super chat. Now I'm going to screw Japan, and I'm going to do favors for North Korea or South Korea, whichever. No, that's not going to happen. But when we do look at these things where they're reporting about politicians in the past doing these video endorsements or going to a cult event, I think actually a good way to describe it. I mean, although there is no comparison, when George Bush Sr. took $10 million from the Unification Church plus expenses to do a 1-week tour of Japan to speak at Unification Church rallies, I don't think there's any equivalent of a super chat in this whole universe of Rumble or YouTube or anything like that. But that's a hell of a super chat, yeah.
I mean, if anyone wants to give me a $10 million super chat, I'll be willing to take it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Hit up my PayPal. You can throw it in there. That's the easiest way to do it.
Right. HK here has a question. She says, I heard the late Prime Minister wanted to get away from the U.S. and make the military larger.
I think that's probably to do with reforming the Japanese constitution, because Japan's only supposed to have a self-defense force after World War II. But Max, do you want to talk more on that?
Yeah, I think so. What he effectively did was expand the powers and capabilities of the self-defense force, and so that would also allow them to
take part in conflicts abroad.
Sure, they have. You know, when was it? It was it was 2018 or something when and I always get that. It was is it Operation Sentinel in the Gulf or something? So, yeah. And so in that area, the Japanese were doing stuff over more inland stuff. But honestly, they could probably do a lot. There's also, I think, maybe this guy was way ahead of his time, and maybe you can find it in the archives at Monterey, at the Naval Postgraduate Graduate School in Monterey. It would probably have written 1995 by an Air Force Academy graduate. His last name would be DIC, and I remember the title. It was Japan, 21st Century Arms Exporter, ? And that was funny because, again, that was written probably in 95. But you just track it, and you say, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, right now, it's weird because there's a Korean company. You can look it up. It's called, not Poontang, Punyang Steel. And there's a guy named Roy, ROYU. If you Google him right, you'll see that he went to school. He grew up in Japan. He went to American school in Japan high school. I think he went to Dartmouth. I can't remember. But anyways, he's illustrious. You know, he's on the board of the George Washington Presidential Library. He's a trustee. I don't know still. He was on the board, trustee or board, maybe trustee of the Little League of America. They would cite his company of precious metals and everything else were supply the United States Mint or Treasury. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. But his company also makes munitions. If they still make them, you know those really cool cluster bombs? Yeah. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is some of the unexploded ones.
Missiles?
No, the cluster bombs. So you have yeah, they're like little maple leaf seeds, and they fall. And the problem is with the unexploded ones, kids could pick them up and blow off their hands and stuff. So landmines and stuff like that, all the good stuff that Princess Diana was campaigning against, and so he does that. So he's really he is the MC Hammer of South Korea. I mean, administration and power regimes come and go, but this guy can't touch him. And also, then you're thinking, well, obviously there has to be some kind of outlet where, not on the surface, but the Mitsubishi Electrics and the Sumitomo heavy industries, this is where they supply on some of the munitions. So it's never technically Japanese. Remember, still, Japan makes a lot of stuff on their contract. You know, in the early days, in the first Gulf War, I remember there were only 2 production sites for the Patriot missile. There was Lexington, Massachusetts, And just outside of Nagoya, Komaki, it was produced under license with Mitsubishi Heavy Industry. And so at the time, Israel was getting attacked, so it was considered controversial to port some of the Patriot missiles from Germany over to Israel. And I was there, and I was going, what the hell? This isn't a secret. They go, shut up. And, okay. But, you know, Japan, they also make, like, AMRAAM missiles and stuff like that here. My memory's old. I'm, of course, you know, the old FX and everything else. So I'm just saying it's, oh, and the subs. I mean, it was weird because the Japanese, their Soryu class submarines are excellent. There was some war game. Maybe I'm just repeating some propaganda. There was some war game exercise with U.S. Navy, and apparently the Soryu class subs took out 12 of the U.S. Navies, and you know, even if they were diesel and not nuclear. Yeah, I don't think they say it, but you know, when Greenpeace was a problem, the French were blowing them up with bombs with their special forces in Tahiti, but the Japanese were funny because they would use the submarines to for exercise to track those Greenpeace guys. And so if the Australians, they probably knew, but they would go, and the New Zealanders go, this is a violation of our whatever, probably. Yeah. But the Japanese...
Some people might be not aware of the conflict with New Zealand and France, but New Zealand has a very strong anti-nuclear policy, and Greenpeace is always like protesting that. And I think the French Pacific nuclear testing, to a point where there was actually an elite group of French, I guess, Marines. They call them like the Navy Frogs or whatever. They actually blew up a New Zealand Greenpeace vessel, the Rainbow Warrior.
Yeah.
About 1980 something. I can't quite remember when.
Yeah.
Maybe 1986 or something.
And so they had, a few years ago, Australia put out a contract for, at that time, a diesel, non-nuclear submarine. Japan was bidding for it, but actually the way they got, they did not get the contract. It was a good idea that they didn't get the contract, but what happened was there was a former vice defense minister named Costello, not Elvis, Australian, and he was available. The Japanese knew it, but the French were smart. They retained him as a consultant, and Costello told them, okay, if you want to win this contract, these are the trade shows you need to go. You know, it's like an anime, Matsuri. But also, if you're going to be successful in that bid, you got to work. You have to do the Japanese word consensus building, nemawashi. You gotta talk to the weapon systems manufacturers. You know, you think, yeah, duh, BAE, for example, and they did all those things, and the French won the contract. Great, right? Oh, Japan missed something, but something happened, and remember, Australia goes, sorry, that contract, yeah, fuck it. And that's why the French got so upset. But
okay, so Mr. Voice, let's get a question from you.
Yeah, and so we covered that, and then we covered the question from Ishkade, and he wanted to talk about some of the stuff as far as like data is concerned, like data stuff, as he was talking about in the chat. And
he's sitting right here. Let's get a question out of him.
You know, the shifting of the power there in it. Well, not power, I guess, but you know, the cabinet and stuff. How all that would
cut anybody off.
Like, but go ahead with your whatever you wanted to
name. The finance minister.
Suzuki.
Because he's tied to the tech, finance, and business management ministers, and those are changing hands. Now, the problem with that, if anybody understands, do we remember that Kazakhstan just changed complete cabinet shuffle themselves to a democratic institution? Kazakhstan is one of the largest data mining companies for Bitcoin, for crypto, for all data as concerns.
When I brought up crypto and stuff, when you said data earlier, I got freaking slammed in chat, but I had no clue what the hell I was talking about.
Okay, just bear with me a moment. I'm going to make a circle for you, okay? Because Norway and Switzerland and these others were just brought into the Union, which they're big data mining companies also, because Switzerland is over the Federal Bank Reserve and many areas. And okay, so let's talk about this circle a minute. It goes from there over to Canada and the United States, which draws around to Taiwan, which draws around to Australia, which loops back around to Japan and in China. Now, Japan did not want to deal with China at all concerning the data mining because of the social programming there and what that means as far as data. Now, what you've all witnessed without even realizing it is the data information war has just been dropped right into the lap of the democratic institution. The control of data, the flow of data. Now, Bitcoin and crypto are tied to the data mining companies big time. Anybody mining old data off the old servers, because they're advancing the servers so fast every 2 years, the updates, when people die, older people, and finances change over hands, a lot of those passwords get lost. So to mine those data entries, they actually hack into old funds where people don't even know that people had funding set up in many places. So data mining is a really big currency. It's a really big thing. That's how these guys got big in crypto and Bitcoin, is data mining.
What you're saying is people are, if you could just clarify a little bit, you're saying
clarifying Japan is not going to reopen. They are a huge data mining company they are a huge internet filter. Japan is a huge internet filter. Most of the internet gurus that handle servers, that handle platforms, go through Japan first.
You're saying Japan will never open for tourism?
I'm not going to say that it won't never open to tourism, but what it will open to is business line. Only high executive flights will soon be coming in and out of Japan. Meaning business.
I have to disagree with that. Japan has already opened to business travelers. A lot of people are coming in on business visas now.
Right.
My opinion is that Japan will either open at the end of this year or in early, maybe second quarter next year at the latest, depending on how things go. At the moment, because of the high amount of Koof cases in summer, because people are like Japanese people are traveling now. This is like the first time in 2 years that Japanese people are leaving Japan to go travel abroad. The airports are like overwhelmed at the moment. Actually, not as much as in previous years, but they are going to open again soon. They're just testing the waters. As soon as it's a popular opinion to do so, that's the thing. Now, the question I would have for you, though, sorry if I could just finish this part.
Go ahead. Yes.
That you're saying with data mining is that people are data mining lost wallets and passwords for crypto accounts? Is that what you mean?
A lot of it. It's not only that, but it's tied to business currencies too.
So, like you're talking about sweeping wallets when people have like these leftover crypto wallets that they either forgot about or their thing, and then they just sweep them up and then get all the currency back into their own. Okay.
Because a lot of it is just there and lost data. Nobody knows it. That's why I say data mining is just a big business.
Do the data mining places in Kazakhstan, do they do both data mining and data mining and crypto mining are two different things, right? So do they do both of them at these facilities, or are they just focusing entirely on data mining?
Crypto mining and Bitcoin mining is data mining. That's what the metaverse has got into. It's one big data market of data mining for information.
They're a little bit different, right? Because I used to do crypto mining myself. I mean, I'm not up to date with all the new Ethereum and stuff, but basically, crypto mining is when you get your GPU or your ASICs, like the application-specific integrated circuits, to run computations which solve the block problems, and that's very intensive in your thing. So you can really only do one thing at one time, and data mining is different then, right?
Let me explain it this way: you look at your phone, right?
Yeah.
And all of your apps tie to what? Google.
Yeah.
Even though just just no. Forget about the mining a minute. Let me just give you a breakdown of this here. So when you download any app to your phone,
Mm-hmm.
even if the apps don't interact with each other, they interact with Google.
Yeah.
Okay, so data mining and cryptocurrency and Bitcoin, they all work the same way. So in other words, they could shut me down here on my computer so that I can't access my crypto, but I could run over to my neighbor's house and jump online and use their computer and access my account.
Yeah, as long as you have
Okay,
the
so-
seed phrase.
Right,
Mhm.
but data mining works just that way. If they're able to shut off anything in any area, I mean, they basically stop that interaction.
Mhm.
But then that also hits tellers and cash points. I mean, anywhere where you can access your money, but you've got to have that transaction capability. Now-
Not all the time. If you've got like a paper wallet or a memory wallet, you can be completely
Seems as
disabled
though
from the
Matt
internet
Cord
and
disagrees.
still restore.
But no, that's what I was saying about like cash points and ATM anywhere.
You mean
if you can go
transferring
somewhere
from
and hit
crypto
those,
into actual like hard currency? That is an issue for a lot of
Right.
currency. It's
That's a
actually
big deal.
getting the cash. If you do it as a peer-to-peer transfer though with just crypto, that's fine. That's why crypto needs to become more well established, because then we can just transition straight in from crypto to whatever we're buying, not from crypto to cash to thing. Because a big issue at the moment is that MasterCard owns the patent for getting crypto into currencies.
right? And
Through-
who owns MasterCard,
Stripe, they're basically.
which
The
is
company-
controlled by BlackRock.
I don't know about
Right.
that, but if you say so. Like I say, I don't know too much about this. I have a very vague knowledge.
Like I'm saying, I'm trying to point out the idea of your basic phone. You've got
Mhm.
many apps there, and many of the apps don't interact, but every single one of them interact with Google. Well, this is no different. The data mining, the metaverse, and data. Whoever controls the most data, which we've just witnessed a democratic institution take over Kazakhstan, they've taken over almost everywhere where data mining is the heaviest, and that's also run through Germany. I mean, these things are linked big time, and they're covering every single area they can to not let this be actually seen publicly.
If people correctly set up their original wallets and they use it correctly, you don't actually need a PC at all. You can transfer currency through pen and paper. That's the genius of the cryptography. It's just the numbers. You can actually do these calculations in a pen and paper and stuff, and make up these like new wallets and transfers and things like that. It's really clever stuff, right? But I'm not entirely agreeing with you at this point. I think Madcore's pointing out as well, like it doesn't
Right,
necessarily have to, but there
it's
is.
not
I think I know what
tied
you're
to
saying. I
Windows
think I know
or
what you're
Google.
saying. But there are a lot of people that carry their crypto in these like online exchanges, and that if you don't have your private keys like printed out on a piece of paper, you don't really have your crypto. If it's on like, or if you have to have like an air gapped computer basically to make sure it's completely secure, and then you got to take a lot of stuff.
If I'm not wrong, this Biden administration has already stated that they are going to do whatever it takes to shut down crypto, to shut down or get into Bitcoin. Like I said, they're taking over the data.
They want to
has
get rid
a lot
of
to do
cash
with that.
and everything. They want everything to be on like MasterCard or whatever, so that they can shut you down if they want to. That is something that governments are pushing for.
Oh yeah,
like,
and the
cash and everything.
The Treasury has already stated that in 2023 they're going to roll out a central bank digital currency, and they've also sent out. They've also have a. They're putting out like whoever. It's the IRS is putting out money to whoever can crack
Bitcoin or.
I mean, all you need to do to crack Bitcoin is have 51%,
Right.
51% of the networking hashing power, and then you can do whatever you want with it.
What is that called? It starts with an M.
Oh, you're talking about Monero.
Yes,
Monero.
Monero.
Yes.
IRS
Okay.
has put out money to try to crack it. So just to throw that in there.
No, that's a good point. They are offering there are several hackers working on this now, just like the hacker that made himself well known that he hacked the GoFundMe. They're working on digging into all of these, even though I know that Bitcoin and crypto are passkey only, your passkey, but at the same time, if they control the outlets of which you're going to be able to go to and process your information, that's targeted.
Well, I mean, absolutely, there's a problem with people leaving too much information on their computers, which allow their crypto wallets to be stolen. But essentially, and there are different types of cryptos, right? Like a lot of the new cryptos are just these like smart contracts that are running off the Ethereum network. But if it's actually just down to like the base version of Bitcoin, then it's just two numbers, right? You have a public key and your private key. As long as you control the private key and no one has a copy of it, it can't be stolen. Now, people will put their private keys online in a very silly way in like text documents and emails, and people can data mine your computer, or they do these like malware that'll scan for these these like strings of data, because like all Bitcoin addresses kind of start with like a BTC or like, oh no, it's like 01 or something, I can't remember exactly, or it's like a 3 for a multi-sig address, something like that. But it's like a kind of recognizable signature that someone that's been experienced with it can actually pick up. So that is one thing that people are doing, is they are doing these malware that is searching for private keys on your computers. That's why you should probably have all of your private keys written down on a piece of paper or on a USB that has never been connected to the internet. Like a lot of people recommend you get like a really cheap old computer that you never connect to the internet. You load up an old Bitcoin client that you can generate a password for, because you can generate a Bitcoin wallet without ever being connected to the network, and you can also send funds to that account without ever being connected to the network. That's the genius of cryptography. It's always going to be the same based on the calculations.
Well, that's the main reason why I was speaking to Maxmura earlier today in conversation and in chat, and trying to get on speak to him here through chat also, because he's calling key names, and through this cabinet shuffle, it's going to make a big difference in who controls the gurus of Japan, because they are huge. Facebook and any of the platforms, they are huge data carriers of all of your information. That's all that is their biggest business.
Okay.
Data
Real quick, hold on.
Sorry.
Real quick. I've been asked to actually check back on this question that wasn't answered from earlier. It says, what kind of nobility has samurai armor commissioned for families' newborns? Someone I knew who's married to a Japanese woman that had that done, and I was told her family is important in some way.
Okay. I can answer this. Is
kind of curious
first
about
of all,
myself.
the number of I was going through. The number of Japanese who claim that they were from samurai probably is overstated, because if you looked at different periods, maybe they represented only 8-9% of the population, and so it's really like a world controlled by Amway, this frickin' pyramid. And as far as they have a boys' day, they have a girls' day and boys' day, and so you can get to commission anything like a replica samurai stuff. They don't. There's no process where they say, "Show me, give me your family registry." They don't. You just so anybody with money. The most if you say, "Oh, it's because your family's important," no. You go over to Mitsukoshi and you say, "I want this for my kid." They're not going to say, "Well, you got to show them. You got to prove it," because I know. I look at you and you're probably this. Yeah, but I would say that every Japanese, they like to state that, or imply or infer that they are from samurai. And here's the interesting thing. There was a thing there, because there is and was a thing called this code Bushido, and it's written about a long time ago, but not the Bushido you know. And what happened was, I can't remember when he wrote it, early 1900s or 1800s. There's a guy named Inazo Nitobe, and he apparently was told by a European that the Japanese were culturally and morally inferior, because the Western Europeans, even during what they call the Middle Ages, the knights, he explained to this Japanese man, had a code of honor, of chivalry. They'd protect the weak and the women and everything. And so this guy got triggered, and he goes, oh, and he wrote Bushido in English first. He wrote it in English. And the Japanese who saw that, they kind of said, hey man, this isn't true. And he goes, no, shut up. This is dope. Shut those damn, it's like a Christian, shut those arrogant white bastards up. And so he created this mythology, the Japanese death before dishonor. And it included, if you talk to some historians, they say this whole thing of ritual suicide was purely symbolic, in that in many cases the knife was even a piece of paper, and you didn't cut your stomach out in a painful death. You just kind of pretended to do it, and what you hoped for was your buddy would be good enough with a sword to cut your head off so you didn't suffer from any pain, because you were sentenced to death. But these guys who created this new mythology, I mean, they were almost unnecessarily doing through the most painful and the worst way of cutting out their stomachs. You know, one of these guys was a famous novelist, also a fabulist, Yukio Mishima, and he took over the self-defense forces. And he hoped that all the troops would rally and they create this new Japan, and they laughed at him and said, hey, fuck off. So he went back in, and he had these loyal, cultists. One was a young guy from Waseda University, and so he was going to do this. But this guy doesn't know how to use a sword, so it was kind of sick. He had to hack Mishima's head a couple times because he couldn't cut it off. So this Bushido, this code, the book that Nitobe is famous for, he wrote this. It also happened in the 1930s. Japan is going through this wonderful thing called fascism. And when they came across Bushido, they said, God damn it, this is great. And so it really became the blueprint. And so when Japanese are telling you, oh, hey, I'm operating under this Bushido, they're projecting. And they're actually projecting on something that was false, like a Baldo or something, And so this is what I find funny.
It's very real.
Oh my God.
And so what they'd like to... look, if I tried to write something for the United States of America, and you start laughing, but let's say people were more gullible, and I'll say, the Marlboro Man is a real fig. This is truly representative American. You will not find an American man without a gun. It's either going to be a Colt, and no, not really. Yes, because those men in the United States of America without guns, you know what we call them? Foreigners and Mexicans, something like that, And let's say people start going, yeah. You don't drink tea, you drink coffee. You go, you can make it a bit ridiculous. Well, peel away the ridiculous. Try to make it realistic, and say this is the code. And yeah, that's what Bushido, as it
Was that during
came
the
out.
Meiji Restoration, or?
After the Meiji Restoration, around that time, Meiji Restoration. So
After Commodore Perry opened up Japan, wasn't there a big push for modernization for Japan to catch up?
yeah,
to
but
the rest of the world?
there's also the opposition to it and everything else, and so Inazo Nitobe, he used to be on the 1,000 yen bill. You know that? I have another story.
Who commissioned the samurai? Who literally commissioned and employed the samurai, or
Samurai was
rather,
the
when it
servant
became the
of
Imperial Japanese Army,
Shogunate, weren't they?
the Imperial Japanese Marine Corps? Who employed them?
I mean,
Okay,
my samurai
you go
knowledge,
back, yeah.
yes, but weren't samurai. Samurai, the meaning of the word samurai was like to serve, and they were the warrior nobility that
serve.
served the shogunate. And if you didn't have a master, you were referred to as a ronin, or like masterless warrior.
Right.
So
understood.
it would be like they received a stipend of rice, I believe, in the early days. I'm not sure about when you mean about the military, like after.
Well, who
like,
commissioned them? Because
would be
that
the-
eventually
would be the
turned into
the shoguns, or the clan
Japanese
leaders.
Imperial Marines, which were commissioned and employed by the British.
I'm not sure the samurais turned into the Marines.
No,
that
I don't think they had the Marines. Kaiheitai is Marine. Okay, so now we're going.
So then, real quick, before you go that far, Memento had a question. He says, "I thought the Japanese Constitution abolished all noble titles and such after World War II."
They
That's
did.
not true.
They abolished most of them.
It's not.
They did a culling.
The emperor.
dukes,
The emperor is a
counts.
noble. The emperor is a noble title.
So they culled them so that before there were people who were dukes, counts, viscounts, duchesses. That was X'd out. But so they left.
I think maybe what they mean is the dissolution of the shogunate.
No. Yeah. So now we're going all over the place. But
No, not necessarily going all over the place, but the British had a lot of ties in this. They colonized them.
Huh? I think you got it. No.
I think people are confusing the like Meiji Restoration.
Yeah,
period.
yeah.
But,
So
the shogunate
I'll
was
go back.
abolished under the emperor when Japan started to modernize.
So let's go late 1800s. You know what you do? So I'll go back. Japan had a very positive relationship with, and I don't know what they technically called it, Great Britain or United Kingdom, UK, at the time. And so I would say that it was that relationship with Britain that allowed Japan to develop it was technology for their Imperial Navy. And here's one thing I do remember, and it was maybe in as around 1875 or something. I could be off.
No, you were close.
The shipboard readiness of Japanese sailors in the Navy was under 50%. They were stricken with, I don't know, as far as they were concerned, AIDS. Because they did not know. They weren't able to fight. They were weak, listless, and so they even thought maybe it came from the air. And actually what it was, there was a doctor, Imperial Navy doctor, I think his name was Takagi. He was, remember, when you do technology transfer in the Navy, you're not just saying how to build ships and sail ships and arm ships, but on the ship is shipboard nutrition. And so what he figured out was what these people were suffering from was a vitamin B1 deficiency, thiamine. Thiamine is a water-soluble B vitamin. And so if you don't have enough of that because you are not eating enough animal protein, then you develop something called beriberi. Beriberi. And so this is another reason. Thanks also to his work with the British Navy, this is why curry rice in Japan is eaten with a spoon. It's not from India.
I love Japanese curry rice.
It's from the curry rice, which has that pork and that nutrition, is from the British Navy. So this form of technology transfer, he proposes. Remember, on the ship, you can't just go, screw this. I want to eat white rice only. I'm going to go to McDonald's. You can't go off the ship. So it's a very good place to control, do that. They recovered right away. Now, the Army, this doctor in the Navy, there was a big, there's been a big rivalry with the Imperial Army. And these guys, the doctors there, were from Imperial Tokyo University. And they said, no, screw you, you're wrong. And also, Army guys tended to be from the country. And they really liked to eat their white rice. They wanted, and so you couldn't really control their diet. So it took another, maybe 10 years before they realized, you know what, if you don't want your soldiers or your sailors to be like below this readiness level of, under 50%, you better effing give them some protein. And so that is how and why, for the first time, the Japanese were able to defeat the Russians. It was the first time you had this Asian power defeat a white Slavic power in 1904 and 1905. Port Arthur.
Which seems like that was absolutely perpetrated by the British.
No,
No?
what? It wasn't perpetrated by the British. It was But
No?
one of the things that was coming to the attention of the United States of America was until up to 1920s was they said, you know what, we don't want the Japanese and the British being so close. So really, diplomatically and other ways, they looked to kind of keep that apart because it wasn't in the interests of American hegemony. And and probably you would say that also exacerbated things right up to the 1929 Gentleman's Agreement and shit like that. And you're kind of pushing, you're pushing them in a corner. And
Well, I don't want to just get into what triggered World War II. There's a lot to talk about there, but moving on forward just a little bit, it hadn't been too long ago that the British just turned back over the control of Hong Kong, which is China, which Japan absolutely enforced pressure through World War II on. They were headed towards the capital. I mean, the Battle of Nanjing was mentioned earlier, where there was a standoff there. 175,000 Japanese troops slaughtered 800,000 Chinese in order to make their way towards the capital. I think
That was
we
under
stopped that.
Imperial rule, though.
But I think that's where we interceded in the war. And we stopped a lot of things. There was a lot of things that happened in that time. There's a lot of information that is heavily scrutinized around that time and covered up by the United States.
Wait a minute. Okay, sorry, but the rape of Nanking was in 1937. It was in December, so that was a good 4 years before Pearl Harbor, 1941, right?
Right.
So I don't think there was no intervention with the U.S. When in 1936, when did Amelia Earhart and Noonan disappear? That was 1936 July, right? I mean, there were tensions were really high. That's episode 2. Yeah, she disappeared 1937 in July.
Why did Japan attack Pearl Harbor exactly? Because we were meddling into affairs that we should have not had any business meddling into in the prior years leading up to that event. Because Japan was absolutely walking over China for a reason. They were controlled by the British.
No, if you look at what was going on with the decision to attack the United States, they were, again, the Imperial Army and the Navy were really, really at loggerheads. I'll give you one example where they totally hated each other to their detriment. But I think it was for whatever effed up reason, I think it was the Army favored, hey, we should control and access natural resources with China. China is our enemy. And there was a stupid contingent in the Navy, even though Isoroku Yamamoto, he kind of said, no, this is kind of suicidal, that favored, no, America is the threat. And for whatever reason, they went forward with that. And but still, you have this huge infighting between Army and Navy. And if you go back, and I was looking at Guadalcanal. So what was happening, you have Imperial Japanese Army troops fighting on island. They were out of supplies.
I like that comment.
What?
Keep talking. No, you keep talking. Highlight that one comment there by Andrew.
The Navy would, they had to have the Emperor Hirohito intervene to say, okay, we'll put munitions and supplies on the decks of our ships for these guys in Guadalcanal. But when they got swept off the decks, they didn't care. When the few barrels of supplies that they had on deck were approached Guadalcanal, they just threw them into the ocean. And they didn't care. That's how bad it was. Because they would also, this allowed for the responsibility of defending Tokyo or Japan air defense. The Navy would say, That's the Army's responsibility. The Army would say, that's the Navy's responsibility. So really, Billy Mitchell and the Billy Mitchell, Curtis LeMay, and they were using napalm, firebombs of Tokyo. It made it easier. Less of them got shot down, and they were able to really F Tokyo with their firebombing and everything else. So that was a lot of that was because of the infighting that continued and persisted between the Army and the Navy.
And why did the U.S. put a massive embargo on Japan?
Why?
They attacked Pearl Harbor because the U.S. put a massive embargo on Japan.
Yeah, most of their fuel and everything else. Yeah, so they thought they were shutting them out.
No, they absolutely were cutting them off, and that's a big point. That's a big point. And right now, they're falling to China. What I was saying earlier, the finance minister there, the whole cabinet shuffle and change, this previous administration, the one that was assassinated, they would not work with China at all. And the U.S. has been trying to, the Democrats have been trying to make that deal, because here in the United States, we're regulated by Silicon Valley. They own the data. Now, over in Japan, they're trying to get in there because there's a lot of dealings that go back and forth between us and Japan. They won't work with China. There's no regulations over China. China is trying hard to get that deal through the chips, and the U.S. wants to control that through Taiwan. China does not want that to happen at all. They want free reign over the computer software without the U.S. having an intervention in that. This is a big deal, guys. I'm not just trying to blow smoke up anybody's butt. Being serious, this is a big deal.
Okay, so
there's a lot of deal there that nobody's paying attention to.
There are those clear pro-China key people in the LDP. First and foremost is Toshihiko Nikai, and I would also think some of the lesser ones would be like Hirai, Digital Ministry, and it's there. But if you're saying that, I don't know. This, we'll see that you see this kind of a 180 or a switch in policy towards China.
That's
is
right.
happening.
That's right.
Yeah.
Politicians
I don't see it.
China.
Yeah.
They're putting in a much different democratic liberal institution that will work with China, that won't say no. That's not a joke. I mean, you can look into it. I mean, we can blow me off as that's fine. But I mean, it's worth a look into, because that's exactly what's going on. They're changing this administration through assassination so that they'll be able to get into Japan that way, because Japan, up until this point, with this administration, has said no.
I think it'll continue. I mean, look.
I hope it does.
What day is it today?
Continue to say no.
The Chinese ships have been spotted near the Senkaku Islands, the disputed islands near Taiwan.
That's right.
Do you know for how many days so far consecutively?
I think now that's
118
I think
days.
we're up to 118. I thought it was about 134.
No, 118 days.
118 days. Okay, I thought it was a little longer than that, but that's about right.
Yeah. So it's not
they've actually made land-based attacks now also, where they were just running drills. This is changing. They're going to continue advance. We're not going to stop them through this administration. They're going to continue inch by inch advancing. Don't take my word for it. We can sit here just like we are now and watching it.
Or is it me?
What? Me? Sound? Noise? Does that fix it?
What's going on?
Was there noise from my...
There was
fan?
a small bell tone, I think, but I think it's gone now. or
Oh.
tell me. Do you hear?
Okay, let's
Meme
do this real
Copium?
quick. America Shirts, your turn. Question.
Well,
Yeah.
since we're
Yes.
going into this particular thing, this is the other aspect of this that you were talking about with Koolfrogg, which is Japanese defense and Pelosi's visit and the Taiwan thing and so forth. And I mean, heck, we can
There's
even
something weird
throw
going with jet
China
internet.
into this. Oh, what's that?
I'm sorry, I missed that. Run that again.
Oh, I think Mika, I don't know what Copium was saying, but yeah, let's go into that thing, that whole aspect of now that Japanese defense, as you were talking with Koolfrogg there a little bit in the Discord, and what that's about with as it pertains to the defense
Okay,
of Okinawa or Taiwan and so forth. And I was going to direct this to Max first,
To Max.
because he was talking about that initially. When we were putting this whole show together, he was talking about that with Koolfrogg. So how is that all? How's that all going? What do you want to? What's some information you want to throw out there about that whole thing with Nancy Pelosi's visit, the Taiwan thing, Japanese defense? Like what's significant? How does this all relate?
Okay. Not going to
Nancy Pelosi's visit was absolutely accepted by the Liberal Party there, but we all, well, I don't know who knows it, but it was absolutely met with there was a breakout of riots in the streets. The people did not like that at all. Is that correct, Maxim?
Max, you muted.
Oh, he's putting up like that one moment there. Putting up his finger.
Yeah, the internet was going weird. I think Max and I were both disconnecting, so that's a bit weird. I thought China was attacking for a second.
Yes, I'm absolutely certain that that they're not liking this conversation one bit.
Well, I was wondering, what would be the incentive for the Japanese politicians that are pro-China? Are they communist, or are they just being bribed much? Because the Japanese cultural identity is quite strong, and then they're not very fond of China specifically. So I was wondering why they're actually pro-China.
A lot of oh, okay, I forget who said this, but one of the LDP said of Hagiuda. It was funny. I need to get the context of it, but Hagiuda, is he a cousin of Abe? I can't remember, but somebody said that Koichi Hagiuda, who's over, he's the economy, trade, and industry minister. They said, yeah, I think he's been honeypotted by the Chinese, and that was kind of funny.
That's a really good point right there. Ish.
That's common. I mean, my what's his name? Maikawa. He was the head of one of the opposition parties, and he definitely had been to North Korea a couple times, and it was clear he'd been honeypotted by the North Koreans.
Yes.
So, yeah, that's not a uncommon. Now,
so as far as the data goes through China, there's no prohibitors there. They're making technology at will. And they're limiting us, the Democratic Party, the institutions, by regulations. They limit us here in the U.S., except for Silicon Valley or who they want. But in China, there's no prohibitors there for them. That's why they're all about, we need to be more like China. China's going to eat our lunch. Now they're making deals with Taiwan. The U.S. wants to control that.
That's one
China
thing that
doesn't
worries
want
me a little bit, is that not specifically the technology, but the genetic testings that China's doing.
Right. There's a lot going on under the...
over something here real quick. Hold on. Okay. AmericaShirts asked a question, and his question has been denied, and everybody stepped over the top of it.
No, we're
AmericaShirts
not.
asked the question again.
It's defense, right?
Yeah, the whole thing with Nancy Pelosi's visit, the Japanese defense. You had mentioned Okinawa as well, and that whole thing there, that whole topic. Could we go over that, and what's the whole thing there with her visit, and all of the goings on militarily and otherwise.
Okay. I'm going to go back, and this is like independent of the Pelosi visit is for that, and I think I mentioned this is I'm surprised that even these days you do have some pundits who claim that U.S. military forces are not required in Okinawa for defense, and the argument, the example they use, which is rather stupid, is that they say, listen, the bombers, and they'll cite the capability of bombers at, I think, in Guam, are fully capable of responding to and defending the U.S.-Japan alliance. So you do not physically need Marines in Okinawa. Now, I think it was, Jesus hell, maybe it was 14 years ago. There's a guy named Kevin Mayer, M-A-H-E-R. He's a friend. He used to work for State Department. One of his last positions was he was Consul General for U.S. Consulate General in Okinawa. But after he's left, he works with former DOD guy Richard Lawless. He was on Japanese TV, and it could have been even like 2003 or 4 or something. He speaks fluent Japanese. He does look like the principal in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. And what he explained was, and he is very honest, he did not invent this idea, but he popularized it to national Japanese television audience. It's a 3D map where you are a massive giant standing on the Chinese mainland, hands on your hips, and you look out towards the Pacific. And if you do that with Google Maps, what you will see is that there is this semicircular line that is Japan, those islands, Okinawa, right down to Taiwan. That's blocking you. That's very inconvenient.
That's what you're saying right now, yeah.
And that is, when you get that visual of how China sees what's blocking their access to the Pacific Ocean, you can see why they have an issue with Okinawa. And you can see how much they would love for more people to say, yeah, you don't need Americans there. And one of the ways that they are looking to, it's not dropping air attack, but it is like blockades, shipping blockades and incursions. That's why Japan, I think, they are developing a kind of marine, self-defense marine capability on some of the islands. I got to go back.
I'm gonna share my screen in a second. Maybe help visualize this.
Okay, while you're doing that, real quick statement, because it's been asked me several times to actually bring this statement up, is also state that Germany didn't want the U.S. in World War II and asked Japan to attack Pearl Harbor. I mean,
I don't know.
There's just a couple of people that have brought it up and that actually wanted me to actually make the statement clear that, it wasn't just Japan's idea or whatever. It was Germany's idea to actually ask Japan to do so.
Now, Max, if I can ask, because you mentioned that there, if I'm not wrong, over the past decade, China has developed several aircraft carriers that are nuclear, and they've also, because the shelf there is so shallow, been building almost literally a water break bridge across the waters there towards those very islands. If I'm not wrong, as almost a defense mechanism, but those nuclear vessels actually matter. Those aircraft carriers, they're actually capable of powering an entire fleet by themselves. Am I right about that, or?
Yeah, they have something like, we always say PLA, right? they have a plan. So what are they have two, what is it, Liaoning, Shandong, and Fujian. They have like 2 combat-ready aircraft carriers, and they have Fujian, I think. That's an area in China, in the south. You had all these, so I don't know where they're. I don't know if the third one is out, but they did launch it. Okay, so they have it out. I don't know where it's docked. It's in wherever they are.
There you go. That's all you get, chat.
Yeah, I'll find out. But initially they bought some used ones, and
Thank you.
they got what was that joke? It went over my head. It went over my freaking head.
Show
he
your
would have-
screens
share.
again.
He
No,
said
I dropped it already. Sorry.
He dropped
Oh, okay.
the share screen.
I was just
He was trying to get
illustrating
it out there.
the thing.
he drew a little a stick
It was
figure
fun.
with curly hair. And
I was
giant-
just showing the gate to the Pacific coming out from China, like if you're a giant looking over it.
Literally.
But no, the Okinawa Islands do range from the bottom of Kyushu all the way down to Taiwan. Like some of those Okinawan islands, like at the very base, like specifically Iriomote Jima, it's like a stone's throw from Taiwan. So the Okinawan Islands are very important strategically. Although an interesting thing about the Pelosi flight is that when she landed in South Korea, the Prime Minister refused to even speak to her in person. He just gave her a phone call.
Right.
And the airport is right next to the Prime Minister's house, basically, in Seoul, Korea. So it's a bit of a snub that she got there. It sounds like she was over there
Just a bit of a
trying
snub.
to be a bit of a bossy bitch or something, I guess.
Yes, they didn't like that a bit.
Yeah.
And then her stopover in Taiwan only further pissed them off. This is not a joke.
She went to Taiwan first, and then she flew to.
Well, she went to
Korea
Malaysia
later.
first.
She went to Malaysia first.
She announced that they were going to visit 11 Asian nations, I believe.
Right.
And they refused. However, they specifically excluded Taiwan from that list. They didn't say they weren't going to Taiwan, but they never said they would go to Taiwan. Then she lifted off from Malaysia and flew directly to Taiwan. And this was amidst the tensions where China was saying that they might even knock down her plane. Like that's what some state. There was a Chinese state media commentator on Twitter, verified profile, that said that would happen, and Twitter deleted that post. And then they didn't say anything about Taiwan until they landed. And then as soon as they landed safely, they started saying like everything about Taiwan independence and the important ties between America and Taiwan and everything. After they left Taiwan, they flew to Okinawa first, maybe to refuel or just it was a short trip. And then they flew and landed in Japan, I believe. I'm not sure.
Yokota Air Base. Yokota Air Base, I think.
No, that would be it.
Yeah.
And then they flew to South Korea. But in South Korea, she wasn't acknowledged by anyone, essentially, except for a phone call.
Right. And that I absolutely, as a stipulation, now call it conspiratorial or whatever you want to call it, but just let me hang this out there. If she had taken a charter flight like she was supposed to, because she made it a damn purpose to board what aircraft?
It was the U.S. Air Force, wasn't it?
It was Air
No.
Force One.
It was Air Force One.
Are you
The
sure?
Was she on the
plane,
president's
presidential plane, exactly, and took her son with her.
Yep, it was Air Force
Air
One.
Force One. Okay.
She took Air Force One, where she should have only been reprimanded to a standard charter flight like the rest of them.
Now, was she working with Biden in this? Because it sounded like Biden wasn't happy with her going. So.
He doesn't know what the hell he's doing himself.
Right, exactly.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I'm
If
curious about.
If this wasn't evidence enough that Biden is completely a puppet and completely controlled,
Does
this
anybody-
trip it just is.
You know.
Does anybody
I think it's
remember the power trip she went off on? The power trip she went off on the House floor when she wanted it put in, A men and A women. Now she's on a big power trip right now, doing what she's doing. She should never have got on board that flight on that plane. They would have shot her down, I believe, if she had taken a different flight.
That's what I'm saying. It's very strange as an outside observer, like
It's
a
very
non-American,
strange.
to see this,
Okay.
because how much power does the Speaker of the House have to be able to commandeer
Well, she
the
wants
president's plane?
to claim that she has as much power as the president or vice president, and I don't think that's absolutely the truth.
Okay, so going back is, I think technically Air Force One is Air Force One only when the President of the United States is on board. So, but it can be a special air mission. So I think this was the SPAR 19 or something. So yeah,
That's
it's
what I
going to be the
remember,
same for
SPAR 19.
Right.
it's going to be one of these modded up Boeing 737s. What does the military call them? Like a C-40 or something? So yeah, that's what you have. But it by definition, it's not Air Force One unless the president is on it, and so then, but it's the same, whatever. I think
Well, it's going to have all the
like
countermeasures that
militarily,
it's probably
not
got like
considered Air Force
things as
One
well, right?
unless the president is there, because it's like the
Mhm.
one in the Air Force because he's the
Now,
executive. But
you
yeah,
wanna- What are the rules of succession with if POTUS is removed? It goes from
she's third.
third,
She's
president,
third.
vice president, speaker of the House, and remember Alexander Haig when he was
President.
Secretary of State, he
President
infamously he got total shit on because when Reagan was the assassination attempt, I think he meant as per the situation. But he kind of said, "I'm in charge," and I
Right.
think that they kind of tried to screw him, saying, "Oh, this guy's presumptuous and he's technically not in the succession." But I think what he meant was he was taking care of what was going on around the time.
Wanted to assume control.
Speaker.
Right.
Now, this is what I actually predicted. Okay, and so you might think it's a small thing.
No, shoot it.
Kono Taro, and I'll probably get the frickin' dates wrong. It was Kono Taro's father, kind of a left wing, even though he's part of LDP, former foreign minister. Invited under the auspices of former Speaker of the House Conference in Hiroshima, invited Nancy Pelosi to Hiroshima in 2000, and I'm going to get it wrong. Was it 2008?
2009. Might have
yeah,
been 2000. Yeah, 2009.
Okay. So I'll tell you, I actually predicted this, and I have the email of this. Let me just figure out what. And it was this. He invited her, and what's significant was when she was there, she visited the atomic.
the Gambaku Dome, the atomic dome. Yeah,
Yeah. So let me. I just need to find this.
very interesting. I recommend it if you come to Japan.
Yeah. What did I write?
Speaking
yeah,
of the atomic dome.
here. Fine.
Oh, wait, go on next.
Okay, here. So remember, we had the. I actually got deleted off a blog in 2009 because I had the #1 comment on the photo of Obama bowing to the emperor, and they said I was racist because my comment was. Yeah.
What did you say?
Go
I got
figure.
the first. Okay, I understand the context, but I'll put it into chat for you. You can read it and you tell me because, I mean, it's just such a. Here, I'll just put it. I think it comes out. You'll see Mitch. Oh, so that's my real name. But take a look at that and you'll see. I got #1. I went #1. So I was accused of making a racist comment because he's black, right? Okay. And.
Now
So
accuse me next time of doxing myself.
Okay. So what I said was, okay, this is the case.
No, here, I'll read it for you. He said straight out, "May I shine your shoes, sir?"
It looked like it. Okay. So this is my prediction in a memo I wrote
Damn it.
in 2009, okay? So let's go back. I actually made an accurate prediction. We start in 1994, where Kono Taro's father was Minister of Foreign Affairs. And he, as a Minister of Foreign Affairs, there was a proposal for the Emperor Akihito to visit Pearl Harbor. And they thought, oh, that's not a bad look. That's a very bad look. So what they did They scrambled and got him to visit the cemetery with the least number of casualties of World War II. That was the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific in Hawaii. Okay? So he's making sure that there's no bad look for the Emperor of Japan, by visiting Pearl Harbor. I mean, and that's his prerogative. That's his job as a Konotara's father, as a Minister of Foreign Affairs. Now, in 2008, this same guy who's now retired, he managed to get the highest-ranking sitting United States official ever to visit Hiroshima. That was Nancy Pelosi.
That's right.
So she was the highest-ranking U.S. official. People go, oh, well, I don't get it, and I explain. And so veterans were angry. They said no sitting U.S. president or vice president has ever paid respects to the dead of U.S. nuclear attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And so the veterans said, hey, screw this. But I believe they said, oh, they don't care. They're going to be dead. So that was a test balloon. So what I wrote was, I said, this is a test balloon.
Agreed.
And so I said, Obama has already indicated plans to visit Hiroshima and Nagasaki. My prediction is that he'll issue actually an apology on behalf of the United States for dropping the bomb. And I wrote this. I said, a long-awaited diplomatic victory in the eyes of the Japanese and an insult to U.S. veterans. But what happened was, first they used, under the Obama administration, they used the chargé, then the ambassador at the time, John Roos. And then, actually, I'm not kidding, there's a cable in WikiLeaks, and you can find it. And what happened was, Obama actually wanted to apologize for the dropping of the bomb when he went to Hiroshima. And the cables from the Japanese side were like, no, we don't want you to do it. They did not want the president to apologize for that. And I was half cynical. I said, part of it is because, as we know, the Japanese have their own nuclear weapons program. Like, come on, it's a poorly held secret. But at the same point, it's no, they didn't. It would be too much and too uncomfortable. And also, so it was funny. But this was in a WikiLeaks cable, and if you look for it, I can probably find it. But I was, so this was the layout. So that link did work, huh? That's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, here.
Okay.
So the article, the title you can find, I'll send you the links, hopefully, is WikiLeaks. Japan refused Obama Hiroshima apology.
Mm-hmm.
But it's nuts because I predicted this. I understood at the time what was going on. What was, of course, I even have that thing I shared with you. My racist comment. I'm a racist. I'm a white supremacist. There it is. Okay.
What were you going to say, Mr. Voice?
Well, going back a little bit farther than that, let's go back to the start of the real problem where all of this started. Does anybody remember just trying to indirectly state this, where the problem began and started, and we really started having some major problems people didn't really pay attention to? But who was the last president that was impeached? Literally. Who was the last president impeached?
Like, successfully?
Yes.
I mean, my American history is not very good. I thought
Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton. Right. And I seen my first
Number 42.
When I started following this,
Wrong,
the first
Crystal.
political
Trump was never actually impeached. He was twice. They attempted, and it never made it through the Senate.
And didn't
That's
make
why
it. But
it's Bill Clinton.
But the first giveaway was, I said, let's go back farther than that, meaning farther than 2008. What we were just talking about, 2008, 2009, when Pelosi was hard on things. But the Clintons were in power at that time, big time. And Hillary was making a lot of deals, and she had to scrub so many emails around time frames moving on forward to 2012 and on up, all around that time. In 1996 was the first time when I started following this, was the first big political scandal I witnessed. Now, what we witnessed there was Bill Clinton went straight to China and made the NAFTA and TAFTA deals, which broke up companies. The bureaucrats stepped in and broke up companies, and all the companies went overseas, which the tech
There's
giants
an awful
started
lot of
rising
people
up.
in chat that are disagreeing with us that Trump was impeached and he was not. He was only impeached
That's
in the
fine.
House. He did not make it through the Senate.
I mean, that's fine.
all.
Let them disagree,
Period.
but that's not what happened. But that's fine. They can be offended by that, but that didn't happen. But going right on with what I was saying there, we watched Bill Clinton be impeached because of his actions and things that went on there. We watched the mortgage brokers, two of the biggest, I think it was Fannie Mae and Bernie Mac, weren't it? One of them killed themselves at that time because they lost a lot of business through the realtors, and the big businesses broke up and started moving overseas. China took over a lot of corporation, and then the tech giants rose up here, which got in league with them. Now we're moving on forward to 2008, because there was a lot that happened in those time frames we don't have a clue of, but that ties right to what Max was just talking about with Nancy Pelosi, the whole deal with 2009. I mean, when I started following this was in 96, 97, 98, and then that impeachment happened. It weren't over a Monica Lewinsky thing, or the Lorena
Paula
Bobbitt.
Jones, there are 2 charges of perjury, right? And maybe one of obstruction of justice. One
Right.
of those was the Paula Jones case, and probably Lewinsky.
Yes.
She was, I think, still is, but I don't think anyone's actually felt bad about it, but she was the first major slut-shamed probably
Right.
victim, If you
Right,
consider
but-
the standards now,
And then
you totally dumped on her,
right. But
Yeah,
but
I mean,
moving on
fun of
forward
it.
there,
Yeah. Mhm.
the biggest things that happened there, if we all remember right, when Trump came out and ran for office against Hillary Clinton, the biggest thing that he made the announcement of when she opened her big mouth about things is he said, "You would be in jail if I was president." And all of a sudden, there was a whole plethora of things that took off from there.
That was
Right.
in debate. That was pretty funny.
Right.
That was a good.
mean,
That was a good.
That was a good
hilarious.
debate.
Great soundbite, but the actual implications of it are pretty bad.
Right. Because it tied her. I mean, it tied her to the Benghazi incident. I mean, there's a lot that people aren't tying together. They just take it as coincidental instances over time, where like they look like screw ups, but no, all of these things tied together. When Trump come out and run, he knew a lot of this information. He didn't change over from being a Democrat and become a Republican just because he thought Ronald Reagan made the right decision. No, he actually made that statement that she would be in jail if he had power to do that, because there was a lot of mistakes made there
Hey,
that they just blew past.
Can I go back and review the impeachment trial of Donald Trump, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was this. So as people who in the chat who are, I'm not reading chat, sorry, but they're saying that he was impeached. In order to be impeached,
I'm
kind of like
laughing
a
at
bill, you got to go through the House. It's 480 something, and you got to get it passed by the Senate 101 with the
Correct.
vice president sitting. And this is and sorry, but if you look at that that bloody inflationary bill vote, there was not a single Republican, not even a rhino, who voted for it. And somebody tried to lecture me, say, well, no, it's not true that everyone... I said, there's 2 independents. I said, Angus King and Bernie Sanders are technically independents, but, like, go suck a dick. You know, they're
Right.
Democrats. So they go. So you got 50-50 in the
That's so
tiebreaker.
grim.
For that, by the way.
Say that again out loud.
Okay, the tiebreaker is was camel toe. Now, so that's how and why. Well, I'm just talking about down there. I'm not talking about the things with Willie. That she. I mean, that's how she got her job, boy.
Don't you know?
Oh, we all
when
know.
but when I go back, and you look at that. Remember, I said, okay, so Clinton, the charges that he was impeached on, 2 charges of perjury, maybe 1 obstruction of justice or whatever. That's 3 charges right there. What they tried to get Trump was abuse of power and, interesting, obstruction of justice or obstruction of Congress. See, there were, but the other thing is this. If you look at, is it the cause? Because this, you got to revisit.
You
got to
can't
revisit
Google it either, because if you Google it, Google's gonna lie to you. So
No,
you know, anybody
yeah,
that's
but-
Googling this stuff is, not
But
using
what
it.
is what
You'd
is
be
the thing?
surprised how much
The
of the information
allegations-
has changed.
But if the allegations is that Trump tried to pressure or unlawfully solicit, get this, somebody's going to interject and say, Russia. I'll say, yeah, close, but Ukrainian
cigar.
authority.
Ukrainian authority.
And you're going,
Amen.
and you're going like, huh? Oh, the same Ukraine. Oh, yeah. And are you're starting to go, okay. Oh, kind of no effing wonder it didn't go through. I actually wanted to see the vote. And
Well,
I don't care about the
that took
congressional
off
vote.
kinda- That
The
took
Senate-
off kind of big time in 2014, didn't it? Especially when Biden decided to open his mouth and make the mistake of letting the cat out of the bag about firing the attorney
Mhm.
that was over that case over in
Mhm.
over there. Because he told them they wouldn't get the money unless they fired the son of a bitch, was his exact words, weren't they?
The ambassador?
The prosecutor in
Oh, yeah.
Their
right,
yeah.
attorney general. Their attorney
Yeah,
general.
right, their
their
attorney
agent,
general and the prosecutor over that, yes, they wasn't going to get the money unless they fired him. And Biden made that statement like a dumbass. Now I'm not saying that didn't work out in our favor, because it's pointed all the fingers at them right now is why they accused Trump of making the phone call to Zelensky to get him to confess, and they wanted to stop that. That was all in the coming up election that he supposedly failed in, and the most popular president of all fucking time is now sitting there with 80 some million votes. Right. Okay.
It is right.
Somebody
You
make
must
me
believe.
right. You must believe that. But why did Trump pick up the phone and call Zelensky to talk to him about that and get him to confess? They didn't want that known, because Biden hadn't been too long, a few years before, had the prosecutor fired and his son was put on the board there, and they took over a whole lot of shit going on there. Excuse my language, I'm sorry, but yeah, all of these things tie together, and they don't want people to put 2 and 2 together.
You know what I got to remember going back in the Senate votes on the impeachment for President Trump. First one was abuse of power, and you got to remember there was obstruction of Congress, and the first one's abuse of power. Mitt Romney voted guilty. Mitt Romney.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he cried. I don't know why. He probably had some prescient fortune telling. He knew that he had just effed himself, kind of like Chris Chan would have. I don't think he's a man. Any man that cries is ridiculous, especially when it's broadcast like it is. He's and that was, and why would you do that? It was just a weird.
Why would you do that?
Didn't he go to Cranbrook? Yeah, he went to Cranbrook, didn't he? Or was it another private school up in near Detroit?
Hey, as a matter of fact, we also saw Mr. Booker take to the damn floor and sob his little damn heart out too over the damn situation. Yep.
Yep.
I mean, I remember all of these things. The hard thing is getting them to put two and two together through legal allegations in this matter, because they've denied every damn thing. I mean, it's burning me up, guys. Like I said, I've been following this since '96. This whole democratic process trail that's been going on, and like Merrick Garland announced today, you're not going to hear it from the podium. They're absolutely going to say it. They're absolutely going to address it in writing, filings, and paperwork. The twisting of it, so that they don't have to speak directly.
In 1996, May 16th, I was at a conference almost all day, attended by, featuring President Bill Clinton and Vice President Al Gore.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that day. It was
Yes.
you know why it was memorable? I didn't know this until I got home. In the afternoon, in the second session, the president received a note.
Yes.
And suddenly his energy, his whatever attention he had for this bullshit panel discussion
Was shot.
And I didn't know. You know the note that he received? You're close. You
Yes.
just said it.
Yes. I mean, go ahead. I don't want to take it from you, please.
Admiral Borda. He received a note that Admiral Borda had shot himself in the head
Yes.
because he'd been challenged. Was it Hackworth who challenged him and kind of said, "Hey, you know those two V devices on your uniform? You're not entitled to wear them." And it was possibly because of that, but he committed suicide. And so then I realized, oh, that's why. His face just fell.
It
The other
failed.
thing is, I remember I was about to just I actually looked it up on C-SPAN. If you know what you're looking for, you can see me. But I also remember I was going to pick up one of the napkins. He's been scrawling on it, and one of the Secret Service said, "Son, you can't do that." And I was going, "Oh, okay." No big deal. But then when I was reading about the Trump raid, they said, well, he had taken things like, and I was thinking, yeah, did he take a White House napkin that he wasn't supposed to?
Yes, I remember.
Have
Yes.
you guys seen the meme conspiracy about why they raided Mar-a-Lago?
Panties.
No, the joke is that they lost the nuclear codes and they're hoping that Trump still has a copy.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hey,
there are
America-
entire
What a
news articles
joke.
about that. I mean,
They
America-
gave it to
AmericaShirts.
Biden and he wiped his face on it or something, and they need to get
Or-
a fresh copy.
Yeah,
America.
What a joke.
Did you guys watch The Office before?
Nope.
Oh,
Stop
okay.
telling me
Well,
your silly jokes.
yeah, no.
Absolutely.
Okay, so listen, good. One guy, meme, you're from...
You silly.
There's one great prank that Jim, he transferred to a branch out of Scranton, Pennsylvania. That's where, by the way, Brandon is from. And he plays a prank on a guy who was kind of autistic, Dwight Schrute. So what Jim does is he takes a stack of letterhead of the Scranton, Dundler, Mifflin branch. What's he doing with it? And he's saying, well, in the morning, he sends a fax. To whom? To Dwight Schrute. Really? Yeah. And so on the fax he writes, he gives him instructions, and he says it's from future Dwight. And of course, Dwight is kind of like a Chris Chan and very gullible, so he believes that he's getting messages from the future. That was an interesting prank. It was kind of funny the way it was done, and I kind of thought maybe that's what Trump was doing, sending faxes from future Brandon. Yeah. It would work. Yeah, it would work.
I like short order cooks chat there. He left the receipts out in the sun and they faded.
Yeah. I whenever everything that I know about and that I was able to find out about the whole raid and everything else yesterday in the live stream. I did it for like, I think it was over an hour, but we went through every detail that was available. And of course, now there's a little bit more talk about it. I was just listening to somebody. Well, I'll bring this up again tomorrow because it's so late. But there was somebody else I was listening to today, and they said that they talked to someone who had just retired a month ago from the FBI, and they said with as much equipment that was there, as many vehicles that was there, and as big as some of them were, he says he believes that they had bugged the place, that they went in and they bugged the whole place. They said that was probably one of the reasons why they went in and went throughout the entire house, is because they wanted to try and bug the whole house and try to put up different things of that nature to surveil.
Well,
And that's what that guy was saying too.
They could have had it bugged previously, and they had to go in and remove them all before they were discovered as well.
Yeah, they could have done that. Yeah, take them out.
Well, we've got to remember that the previous administration did change hands in that matter. Comey was fired, and now a more liberal, a much more deceitful snake has been placed there. Let me make mention. What are our thoughts? I know it was talked about earlier, and I've seen a few comments made. I was in the chat here, just chatting along with it. The incident at the Cincinnati office today.
Mm-hmm.
A particular individual with a nail gun, and they run this guy down. They claim that maybe he had an AR and he was pinned down somewhere, and they shot this guy to death. They couldn't wait on him to run out of ammo and capture him. We're talking about professional individuals, guys. He wasn't just shot because that he was shooting at them. I mean, they could have absolutely waited on him to run out or waited out. I mean, they're professionals. They could have. Well, I know this for a fact, being in a firefight before. You can wait them out for days. They'll give up. No, they ended this right now. What are our thoughts on this, guys? For real.
Apparently, nobody has a thought on it.
Well,
Grimsbar says Navy in Egan SCOTUS cases are consenting opinion. POTUS is declassified by speaking about classified information in unclassified persons. Therefore, if Trump took classified documents before Biden was sworn in, the documents are now declassified. That comes up in the next little section there.
Right.
Well, yeah, we discussed a little bit of that. We didn't
That's good
discuss
say,
the
Grim.
Supreme Court opinion, obviously, but I kind of like went over that in general yesterday.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, you did. That was a good say on your part too. I will listen in. So
before we go into that, though, that little like FBI thing that happened today, and ask people's opinions about that, just really quickly, is for those of you two here that are in Japan, is China still encircling Taiwan, or have they stopped that military operation over there? Because I had been looking that up all day.
Going on. I mean,
That's still going on.
Okinawa's trending on Twitter right now, actually.
Because this was one of the things that somebody else had stated, and I don't mean to necessarily drift away, but this is on my mind at the moment. Well, it's been on my mind.
You're not drifting away.
And I want to throw it out because somebody had mentioned that, or made mention that not only did Nancy Pelosi want to boost her money by hopping over to Taiwan and boosting the stock that she has inside of those chip companies and so forth, that her husband then would sell off the rest that they had. They sold off a portion beforehand, and then he would likely sell off the rest. But not only was she going over there for that to make herself and her family money, but also because it would give the Chinese an excuse to then move military into that area. So in other words, she's like working hand in glove with them. Oh, well, we're actually, if publicly we're combative, but, we've been working with each other forever, like the Chinese and they're in bed with the Democratic Party forever. And, so someone has thrown out the idea that through her visit, that's now given an excuse for China to move military into the area, and they just won't move. Now, since then,
But
that's
actually,
their opinion on
keeps
that.
no. You're absolutely. I want you to keep furthering
yeah,
that
it's
conversation there. Yes,
Second.
I want.
This is what people are talking about at the moment for Okinawa, at least. So China has designed for the Sakishima Islands, which are very close to Taiwan. There is a Japanese military build-up in those islands, and you can see here what Max was talking about here, the Chinese Navy's path to ocean open. So this is the main island of Okinawa, Naha, and there is a second larger island in Japan called in Ishigaki. This is where I really want to go, actually, specifically over here in the Yaeyama Islands. But apparently China has a design for these particular islands in the Senkakus.
Right.
Now, Max was mentioning that before, and there is a lot of activity around here as well. People are reporting that they can see like fighter jets flying between the islands quite frequently at the moment that are not US ones. But I don't know for sure. This is just what people are talking about.
All right. Now, what I want you to do, Shirts, is keep saying that, what you had just said. Keep talking that out over and over and over again, because I'd mentioned to you a couple of days ago when we had talked about this before. The strategic move there, I was saying that I think that the Democrat Party, Pelosi in particular, the Democrat Party in particular, is in league with China on this. Now, her husband dropped a major deal on this chip company. Now, the deal is being pushed through, and they're making the chips. Now, we're going to watch China take over that asset, which is going to take all of that towards China, and that's going to boost all of the sales that could absolutely be grifted off of that in their favor. Meaning the Democrat Party, not just Pelosi, but the Democrat Party in general. And the Democrat Party favors China. It will now favor Japan, since that's a more liberal Democrat Party. It will now favor Germany. It will now favor Zelensky there. Everywhere where there's a democratic institution, this type of technology is now going to be instituted. And Taiwan is that. And that's going to be taken over by China, which China is eating that lunch, as Biden would say. Wow. Maybe I'm just conspiratorial. Maybe I'm just a nut there thinking on that. But it's a major grift, no different than the big pharma asset going on too. Can anybody comment on that?
What was the question before? There was my brain. My brain.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows what the question just was.
All right, because half of me is I'm looking at these old emails and I'm.
Well, the question was there circling around the military, the military asset.
Oh, okay. So, sorry, I remember now. Okay, so, look,
which is
I've never no. So for the first 4 days, the Chinese did drills. The drills, military drills, which included an invasion of Taiwan and also Okinawa. And so now, technically, this week they're doing maneuvers, and I think it takes somebody who has served and understands the difference. But they're currently doing maneuvers. The Chinese are, and I think they also indicated that they're beyond the maneuvers. They're going to be kind of doing some form of regular patrol or whatever activity. So, as far as somebody saying, "Oh, they're no longer doing it," it's saying, "Well, they're still doing it. They're just doing it in different form."
Yes.
Can we highlight that comment right there of Grimm's? Can we highlight
Grimm's
that comment right there? Because that's a very big point right there. Why, from California, why would Newsom go with Pelosi? Because he's already been vetted. He went to the White House. He was looking at changing the drapes, weren't he? And her son.
Right.
Oh, sorry. Grimm is smart. He's
very smart.
I kept on thinking just Paul Pelosi Jr. You're going, no. You get her basic de facto cousin, or is it a nephew.
Nephew.
Yeah.
I thought about that earlier, but we run across so many points there, and I'm glad that Grimm circled back on that. Thank you so much. But yeah, Newsom, because they just vetted him for the White House. We just got camera footage of him being there, looking at changing the drapes. They said,
Oh.
"Wow!" So I mean, these things are just flying in our face and full force, without words to put behind it, unless we just speculate. But that's a good point, Grimm. Newsom went with her, and why?
If you had Grimm around, he would have known who was on the frickin' Jeffrey Epstein flights right away. he wouldn't have frickin' missed it. No, wouldn't have got it past him.
The thing is usually the show runs over the top of Grimm's sleep schedule, and that's why.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why we don't get Grimm as many times as we'd like, because there's so many times where I'd like to actually had him on. Like I had tried getting him on once to celebrate his 1,000 or whatever. We were throwing a surprise party, and he didn't show up for it.
Well, I've actually talked to Grimm a few times in the chats, and I guess he just really didn't know who I was by name that way. You know, I'm seeing in the chats there in the forums in Grimm's bar as Mr. Voice. You know, so to see me in the regular chats in my name is quite different, but I've talked to him a few times, and it's kind of getting complicated right now, but I appreciate his saying a lot of it. He's actually helped me remember a few things as well too, pointing things out, so I appreciate him very much. And Mr. Maxmura, I can't thank you enough. I know you got a little frustrated with me earlier when we were chatting in the forum, and you know, we were talking about all of these different things. You know, we had a whole line of chat going. It was great.
I think I was fine. I had to
it was a lot of information.
I had to get ready for something else, so it's just cutting and pasting. So sorry about that. Yeah.
No, you're fine.
I was spamming the chat. Sorry, Koolfrogg. I was spamming.
No, it's not a problem.
Sorry for spamming your chat.
If I had an issue, I would have actually said something to you, but I was kind of skimming through some of it, and I'm like, no, it's all legit shit. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. But I kept trying to get you to point out, Max, the finance minister, and I was trying to get you to follow that lead.
Which led us to tonight. That's why,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah, but the example of Kazakhstan kind of threw me, because look, their GDP is like number 55. It's like 165 billion, maybe. You know, Japan number 3 is like 4 point something, almost 5 trillion. And so I'm just going like, okay, Kazakhstan, I get it. I mean, yes, they're bigger than Uzbekistan. I know this grad student, exchange student. He's from Uzbekistan. And I think he really did want to punch me, because I kept on making one too many Borat jokes. I know the difference between Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, but
the major asset there of Kazakhstan is their gas and oil. Just off their petroleum base, their people could before Russia took them over, before this little incursion happened and the platforms changed to the democratic platform, they were very, very, very wealthy little nation. They could afford to give their people energy, gas, and oil for free. That's not a joke. You can look that up. That's not a joke. They just took over that asset.
I was still thinking of Borat. You know, he goes, "We have the cleanest prostitutes in the."
Yeah. But didn't Biden make that say at the international podium when he was abroad? He said that these countries need to start paying their fair share. He made that announcement.
Okay, so with defense, I don't have the numbers right now, but I know from 3 years ago, one of the things was the Japanese government was, especially during the Trump administration, they put some guys on hiatus. Some American, like former There was a former admiral named Gavin something. I know that what the hell, Richard.
Arborous,
Damn.
you're right.
Wait, Richard. With an A. What's his name? Richard. Not Armacost. Anyways, I'll go back and get it. Anyways, they were these paid shills. Paid shills who would say things like, America should thank Japan for its contribution to the defense agreement. And they were talking about absolute numbers, and it's, and they've been a great partner, and that was really unhelpful because,
right,
actually, the way that you look at it always is as a percentage of GDP, and within the United States allies and coalition partners, Japan's defense contribution as a percentage of GDP was the lowest.
Mm-hmm.
So, and was it something, a former Admiral Gavin, whatever, he was being paid by Sasakon Foundation. There's another guy, he actually did something good during the end of the Vietnam War, which was kind of cool. He arranged a private rescue of those fleeing Saigon. But he had been receiving, and I looked at the records, I cross-checked them. He had been getting about $450,000 US every year since 1997 or so, through different entities from the Japanese government, through like JETRO and stuff. But that sort of shilling, saying Japan's defense contribution, we should be thanking them. It was so frickin' unhelpful because it would actually help Japan itself, and it would have helped Abe if you say, listen, Japan, we like you, but look, your percentage contribution as per GDP, and you Asians are good at numbers, so you should appreciate, is one of the lowest. If you bring it up, you can bring it up for whether as a politician who's a little bit compromised with your industrial military partners or whatever, everyone is happier, and you could do that, And right now, I don't know, some of these, the political tabloids are reporting is one of the reasons why Hamada was brought back in is somehow he's going to rationalize effectively kind of a control of defense spending for Japan. And I don't think that's necessarily healthy, given the circumstances and given the motivation.
There's a lot of unhealthy things.
The other thing that is really weird with this Prime Minister Kishida is almost so many politicians, if they're in their 50s or whatever, have been at one time a guest of, awarded something, or part of a program commanded by Klaus Schwab. So, of course, Fidel Castro's son, Justine Trudeau, this exemplary the French, but also quite a number of these Japanese politicians, including Kishida, and in particular Kishida, and his use of the word and his policies that he's put out there. What was that word? It was kind of like equitable wealth distribution, redistribution, and those policies almost have been plagiarized word for word from WEF's material. That's really kind of freaky and disturbing.
And he absolutely pressured them with the attitude. If we go back to that article, man, you were talking about, he pressured them absolutely with public confidence, didn't he? Ain't that what it said? That's exactly what it said. He pressured them. Kishida. Absolutely.
Fumio Kishida, the Prime Minister of Japan?
Yeah, how is it spelled?
Kishida is Kishida. You got to also keep in mind that the defense minister we're talking about, who is a actual brother of the Abe, his name is Kishi. So it's a very it's a different. Oh, it was his goddamn birthday last week. July 29th. Is it last week or 2 weeks ago? 1957. That is what? Come on, meme. Showa what? Showa 32. They do the Imperial years.
I hate the Japanese counting for years. That's really confusing. Like, if you're unfamiliar with it, what they do is that every time there's an emperor, they make a new era. So, like, the Showa era is like 61 years, right? I think I'm like Showa 61, and then it changed to what is the next one? Heisei, and now we're on Reiwa, and then we're on Reiwa. So it's like Japanese year Reiwa 3 at the moment. It's very confusing, especially when you're filling out documents.
And especially to shuffle the cabinet this way. I mean, there's a lot fixing to shake up there because of this. And
Well, I just looked up his name underneath the World Economic Forum. He addressed the World Economic Forum in January. And I'm reading another article here. Again, he says vows to lead the world to new capitalism at Davos.
Yeah, that's the word, new capitalism. Yeah.
Right.
It's
Isn't
like
that
new
interesting?
New Green Deal and all this SH.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's
Stakeholder
where
capitalism, all of this sort of type of thought. Great reset.
The public interest that he was absolutely speaking of isn't the people of Japan. He's looking at the world stage when he was pressuring these particular ministers with public influence.
You know what? He's good friends with another former defense minister that was in defense minister in 2018, and his name is Iwaya. And the reason why with Iwaya was he's really good personal friends with the ethnic Korean CEO of SoftBank, Masayoshi Son. And yeah, there were some things. This is where you go, okay, I see some sort of possible bias. Of course, I could be going overboard, but his name is Takeshi Iwaya. But apparently Kishida is really good friends with him too. So I went, oh, okay, I get it. Maybe they were at the same university. But one of the many committees and members Iwaya was, and that was really weird. It was somebody put it in the chat, pachinko. So basically, pachinko.
Yeah.
Okay, so to understand pachinko, it is one of the forms of legalized gambling, and so it is dominated by ethnic Koreans. And actually, until they actually took measures, maybe around the 90s or something. The pachinko industry indirectly was the #1 revenue source for the North Korean atomic weapons program.
Is that
and
right?
Several times you can see the stuff in congressional reports and stuff like that. The U.S. would kind of say to Japan, you should really effing keep a watch on it. And what they said was, oh, it's difficult, which means what they were implying was if they crack down on this, that there could be domestic retaliation. People shooting nail guns at your offices. So rather than that happen, they went, oh, it's too difficult. Now, that changed in the 1990s when Kim Jong-il started firing ballistic, test weapons. So then you had legislators like Kono Taro and another guy from Georgetown. I forget his name. They put the bills, foreign currency controls, but. Until the 90s, there was a big ferry ship from Niigata that would go make weekly trips to North Korea. And people would load it up on, these are cantaloupes with gold bars in them and bicycles with gold in them. And they were just loading it up with all the frickin' goodies that the North Koreans needed for their regime. This is also funding. And they cut that off. Of course, there's other ways for them to get it. They always have these purchasing offices. And so here's how I knew that when people talk about the current Kim Jong-un and also his father, Kim Jong-il, and also his grandfather, Kim Il-sung, they always talk about a Mao suit. You go, hey, that's a Mao suit, like Mao Zedong. It's not a Mao suit. The reason why Kim Jong-il favored this suit, you got to look at your history. Mr. Voice, previously you're talking about the British, right?
Right.
Well, what Kim Jong-il saw and what he favored and he wanted were the images of a powerful Winston Churchill when the Germans were bombing London with their V2s, I think.
Right.
And he said, like, no, we're not going to back down. And he went out into the streets wearing what the British called a siren suit. It's like coveralls, you know?
Mm-hmm.
A boiler suit. So, if you go back on the photos, that is a suit that Kim Jong-il ordered. The first set of suits, actually, he did not get a personal fitting, but they were actually made on Savile Row in London.
And that was that.
The subsequent suits were ordered through their operatives. For example, in Singapore, they would be an order of like 30 or something.
Mm-hmm.
But because they were never personally fitted, that's why Kim Jong-il looked like SHIT in those, because, you know, they didn't fit.
But he absolutely done that as a smear in the face of his uncle and brother. Didn't he assassinate both of them?
Oh, are you talking about Kim Jong? No, probably Kim Jong-il, Kim Jong-un's father, probably did hasten the death of his father, and probably the Kim Jong-un did the same to Kim Jong-il. You know, there's a bit of toxicity, maybe inherited from in the Kim dynasty. Now, here's another funny thing. When my son was little, he kind of saw these crazy North Koreans, these brainwashed rallies. They're going Manse and crying, and he laughed as a kid. And he said, "They're stupid." And I told him one thing. I said, "Son, don't laugh so hard in front of, say, your great aunt." And he said, "Why?" "She's not Korean." I said, "No, but she lived in Japan before World War II, where the emperor." They had certain things and practices. You had to be the right family to receive a special box containing the photographs of the emperor and empress, and you were expected to hold, post them in your house and treat them like shrines. And they did these things, these bonsai rallies, and they did all that symbolism that they're you have to keep their photographs, and they're like their deities. You see, those crazy effing North Koreans saw what Japan did during that period of Imperial Japan, and they basically lifted it and copied it. That's why somebody who grew up during that time when Japan was worshipping Hirohito and everything is not going to join in your laughter and go, yeah, don't they look stupid? I'm not denying that they look stupid, but remember where the North Koreans stole all these concepts. They basically lifted them, you know. And that does help you understand where they're coming from. They're fake, the origin stories, you know. And you know, maybe Chris Chan would have had a role one day if he was born Korean.
He was stupid.
I don't know. I hate to bring it up on that sort of topic, you know, but I think I'm in about 2 hours or so. I'm headed towards a rule of I'm going to get out of here. Death, destruction, and you know what? I really got a lucky meme the other day. It was you know, I did a calculation. I put the calculation. I'm not kidding. I did a calculation of estimated BAC, blood alcohol count, based on what was. It would have been a 0.61. I should be dead. And then I was like, how the hell? Because I wasn't actually trying to do it. I was actually surprised. I said, holy shit! I drank the whole thing. And then I realized what happened is.
Coconut curd saved you?
No, it's not coconut curd. Oh, it could have been. But whatever that Family Mart chicken, normally when you have something that fatty and protein rich, the duodenal sphincter closes for about an hour. I said an hour to 90 seconds. I am
talking about the stomach. There's pumping in the stomach.
It closed for the duodenal sphincter between your stomach and small intestine closed for like 4 hours. Okay, because that's the only way to explain it. Because when it's in your stomach, the absorption rate is 20%. And
that's why I bought some karaoke for drinking tonight.
I didn't do it on purpose. But if that hadn't happened, and it doesn't really happen because most of the time my understanding is that effect is only good for like 60 minutes to maybe 90 minutes. Oh,
Really?
you know what? Definitely if it was beer, all that other, the dynamics of that would have opened, and then I would have been, if I had continued, I would have been comatose, yeah.
So it was
But,
a more intense
It's
drug for
important
a
to
shorter
hydrate.
period of time.
So I created it artificially by accident. Happy accident was a not a super liver, but I basically
Well, you like delayed the absorption until it was like dispersed over your system equally enough. That it
yeah,
didn't-
but I gotta be careful because I've also experienced
Yeah,
the opposite.
Don't drink that much tonight.
No, because I have another about 11:30 a.m. tomorrow. So.
Someone was
no,
asking me
on Sunday. On
about
Sunday.
a very random thing. I just learned that apparently if you overheat a Teflon pan, it can kill parrots in your house.
Mm.
It has nothing
You
to
can-
do with anything. It's just
Yeah.
apparently the fumes from Teflon pans kill parrots. So if you have any parrots,
Fumes. Right.
Oh,
I've never heard about
Go,
this.
go overheat a pan for a second and actually, pull in
Test.
a whiff of that. You'll understand why you don't want to do that.
Mm.
Yeah,
It's
I don't.
horrible. It's,
Yeah.
No.
it's one of the worst stinking things in the world.
Look, there's a lot of other things you could be doing. Like if you're having any of the zinc coating on stainless steel and you're overheating it and you intentionally go into inhale the fumes, yeah, you're going to get that zinc toxicity, that poisoning, and it's not pleasant. And yeah.
It sounds like there comes somebody's ride.
No.
Over and over again. He lives above the cop shop. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, so the other
No,
day I
what's
was.
happening is a bunch of people are passing out from heat stroke currently because of the heat wave we've got. The
Yeah.
Japanese ambulances drive at like regular road speeds. They don't speed faster, so they take forever to get past.
Well, because also drivers here won't get out of the way. They're idiots, and pedestrians too.
They do in Kansai.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
why? I always thought concept. Okay, well.
Maybe there's more space in the roads in Kansai. Like Kanto's seems a lot more cramped when I'm up there.
I don't know. Let's see. When did I take a ride in an ambulance?
I don't think I've ever ridden in an ambulance.
I had to call one for a friend, and yeah, it was kind of funny. It was a nice ride. Where's AmericaShirts? He's
He said he was coming back.
Okay.
I'm assuming he just needed to take a few minutes to relieve himself.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, men, I've absolutely enjoyed this. I didn't want to just barge in, but I appreciate y'all letting me chat, and this has been absolutely wonderful to me.
Maybe anytime.
Oh,
Max-
it's like that song.
Within reason.
Call me.
Maxmura, I appreciate it.
Oh, I
Have
just
fun
got
at work, Grim. Enjoy that job, bro.
I just got spammed by a classmate.
Fun.
Are you attending a reunion? No, I'm not going to the fucking reunion. Oh, that was funny though, because
Like you didn't like me when I was in school. Why would you like me now?
no, I don't know if he remembers, but on campus they were very stupid and naive, and they posted this thing: the Central Intelligence Agency will be interviewing on campus, right? And no, this is a true story. And so I actually gave a tutorial and some of these foreigners about what it was. And I remember this guy, and he was from Pakistan, named Asif, and he goes, I just want a double salary. And I said, no, Asif, okay, let me explain. First of all, if you're talking about the non-official cover program in DO, is they give you a special W-2 program, so you actually, whatever cover salary you get, you have to return it, and in your case, look, some of the dangers you probably should be aware of if you get caught in your country, Pakistan. I think I incorrectly cited Midnight Express, but I'll say, yeah, you'll end up with a couple of extra orifices, is my understanding.
Yeah.
I think he was upset about that. That's the person who emailed me, and I thought, oh, okay. But the funny thing was, when I went in for my interview, I talked to the interview and I said, yeah, right now there's a Chinese intelligence officer sitting right outside the door. And he looked at me and he said, you're kidding. I said, no. And I gave him his name, worked for foreign ministry. And he said, and because I said the administration put up the notices, you know. And so he goes, excuse me. He came back and then returned. And he was like, the interviewer was like, what's going on? And I said, okay, look, I explained. I said, at that point, Ed Junk was from National Security. He's former advisor. You can look him up. Former advisor on the Church and Brown Commissions on intelligent oversight of agency was L. Britt Snyder. So I explained this, and then I kind of said I did this kind of basic tutorial for all these MBA students, and then the guy went, "That's why." He goes, "What was?" Usually, when I interview these MBA majors, they're really clueless about what we do, and it was weird because everyone seemed to understand what it was. And I said, "Oh, okay, yeah, you're welcome." Yeah. But that was what was that? Oh yeah, okay. Midnight Express, incorrect. Turkey, I know the difference. Turkey and Pakistan. But later in life, I realized something. Did you ever watch that movie Zero Dark 30?
Yes.
Okay, so
Seen that.
you're laughing because they're showing like the CIA, and the shot is a Foggy Bottom in Washington D.C. of the State Department. You know, they're getting some points there. But in the movie, I think what happened in real life is after we killed Bin Laden,
Mm-hmm.
the station chief that came in afterwards, they tried to kill him. They're not 100% sure. You're never sure, but it was an organophosphate poisoning. They tried to poison him because they were butt hurt that America would go in and come in and take out Bin Laden, whom they had been hiding, protecting. And that station chief was, you can Google him, Mark E. Kelton. Yeah. And he and I were on the same board till recently. But he's a good guy. Yeah. But I think he was, I don't know if he's station chief, but he'd really done those areas, Russia and China. And I don't think he might have invented it, but he may have popularized it. But I always know him as a guy who talks about Russia rules or Moscow rules, which is, yeah, you're up against a very, very, I think he's told it to me once. He said, I asked him, well, in one word, what is it about the Russians? He goes, they're competitive. Everything about them, they compete, you know, even drinking, you know. And, yeah, that kind of says a lot. But,
I mean, the interesting is we still have 70 people watching us. I'm really super surprised. It's wonderful. Thank you so much for sticking around. We are going on a 5-hour mark. I don't know how you guys are feeling.
Can you say anything you want now?
Soon.
I'm probably go ahead.
Drinking in 2 hours. I need to get something in my belly first.
Right.
I was going to say I'm probably going to get something to eat and put on some coffee, and I'm probably going to go to work in a little while. I got a few things to do, but piss on sleep.
Oh, here's one thing. How many people are in this?
Right now?
If anybody is an expert on LiDAR as it pertains to autonomous driving, I'm still working on it. I still haven't done it. Let me know. Somehow contact me. I need help.
The only thing I've seen LiDAR for is for focusing with cameras. There's the DJI, the Chinese drone company has a pretty good LiDAR system for
anybody in chat that happens to know anything about LiDAR or whatever. We can throw you a Discord link and you can actually get a hold of them through there.
Yeah. Not gaydar.
It's like laser radar.
Meme has that covered.
Meme Copium,
No.
I absolutely want to say thank you. I do sit with you in your chat sometimes and discuss the psychological breakdown of Mr. Chan.
He's an
You probably
interesting
don't
character,
notice
isn't
me
he?
there. Yes, very much.
I try to take a pretty close eye on my chat. I want to make everyone feel included or have a voice if I get the chance. Tonight's a call-in show, so anyone can kind of call into the show. We're gonna probably try and cycle through people one at a time, though. See if anyone wants to talk about anything. Just anything. Just gonna break from Christianity.
It seems most people actually did enjoy the show. I got quite a few people that said thank you.
Yes, it has been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Thanks, Andrew.
I totally
hanging
want to
around.
hold this conversation with a couple of you still again, at another time.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, definitely, if I throw you a link or whatever, make sure you come back in here. Everybody
Those
enjoyed
that
you
I've
guys.
seen regularly commenting, Ish, Sinbad, Arboros, Andrew.
Ouroboros, I'm setting something with him in the future, whatever. He's gonna join me. So at some
Gene.
point in time. We don't have it set. It's just penciled in. So eventually, one day, we'll have maybe just a third person or whatever, and have him in here with us.
Hey,
Once you get too
kinda-
many people like this or whatever, it gets hard to actually continue to speak.
Hey, just something quick. It was earlier we were talking about the because I know least about this, and Meme actually talked about kind of steps and issues regarding monetizing a channel. But I thought there was a certain metric about hours.
Yes,
Viewing
4,000
hours,
watch
viewed-
hours. 4,000 watch
and-
hours and 1,000 subscribers.
And what I recall was Jeff at Legal Vices. I remember just hearing him pre, but then it probably was a combination of long extended chats, and a couple of those basically just then put him right into that. And there's probably some other metrics I'm totally missing. But if one of these things included, say, number of 4,000 hours, and you start calculating, that's a couple of months. No, I think that especially if you...
It's really not, because when I look at it, I have 373 subscribers. I'm seriously just at 3,000 watch hours right now. I have no problem with watch hours. I have a problem hitting that 1,000 subscribers. Why? Because I'm sitting here doing long format shows. I don't do recordings. I don't do little clippets and snippets of whatever, because I'm not smart enough to do that. If I could actually figure out how to do snippets and clippets of each one of my long lives and actually get those good things, I may actually grow. But I'm not wanting random people. I want people that organically actually want to be here and join me on a regular basis. I know I don't get 373 people watching me. I don't normally get 70 people watching me on a live. But
You know who I saw? I think I saw how sausages were made was Grimm's Bar. It was one of his Discord things, and he was actually putting together. And I was going, wow, because for me, I know nothing.
He's so talented.
He the speed, and he was able to put stuff like he was like a digital DJ. And when I see some of his stuff, I feel like I'm on some kind of this in a good way, speed and weed or something. I don't drugs,
but it's still speed and weed. Yeah, it's the thing is I've watched him. I've watched him do so many different times, even without him live recording, and for him to actually get that 2-minute clip, he works for 8 to 10 hours. He works a long time.
I saw him actually doing it, and
I
wasn't
do this
that
professionally, like video editing, and like my meme channel is kind of just like a shit posting channel, so it's not like I put super high quality content on. But to like clip out parts of a live stream is very easy and can be done in about 5 minutes if you know where the timestamps are. Specifically like what Grimm's doing, like finding those little clips and then doing the motion tracking, like when you stick like people's faces, that is very time consuming. And it can absolutely take up to 10 hours or longer to make a 2-minute video like that. Depending on what you use. Although I edit in Premiere, not...
The problem is I'm an at-home dad where I sit here and the time that I do have is right now. That's the only time I get is like 10 o'clock at night because he's sleeping all the way through the night. So
got it.
For me to actually take time during the day would actually be taking away time from him. And I don't want to do that.
Okay, just hear me out on this one. You might have a way to work with someone who's really good at that and is willing to look. 2 other people who have done really excellent, and I think I would wish they go viral, were Divinity Says more than once, and also that crazy guy, Madcore Mofo.
Madcore Mofo, yeah.
They have taken stuff, and when I watch those, because I laugh, some of them are so perfect, and I honestly would not have the time to go through that. And really, that is your powerful 7-second hook, and I think you need to get, if you're not, you could have someone help you do it, someone who's existing who understands their regular user.
Well, YouTube has a inbuilt feature now called the clip function. It's it's next to the share button. If you have some very proactive viewers, and you can just say to your viewers, hey, could somebody clip that and send it to you? That's one way to like kind of crowdsource this sort of thing. Like you could just say like, wow, that was a really good sentence we just said. Can someone clip that and send it to me on Discord or Twitter or whatever? And then you can download that clip and re-upload it. It might be a lot easier to do it. And that'd be a very fast way to kind of, if there was anyone in your chat that was like, willing to do that. I'm sure there's
I mean, and the thing is, if they go ahead and they hit up buymeacoffee.com/Koolfrogg, anybody that actually donates, I mean, I can turn the donations around and actually, support somebody actually going through my stuff and doing that.
I mean, even there's someone in chat right now saying I can clip videos. It comes up all the time. Well, there you go.
Just saying. So,
Ishikare forever.
I want to say absolutely thanks, American Shirts. You do an awesome job here with Koolfrogg. I've been listening to you guys a little while now, and I mean, I like the show myself. And if I can let out a little thing right now, when Koolfrogg broke on me earlier because I was typing in the chat and I was getting frustrated because I couldn't put everything down at one time, and chat was rolling, and before I came in, he asked me if I'd been drinking.
I did. I said, were you drinking? Just be sure, because, I don't, it is what it is.
It reminded me because...
look at that. Adriana, I've never seen this person before. Welcome. Thank you for showing up. Don't forget to hit that like button for me.
I think she's been here.
It reminded me because Max had mentioned about being drunk, talking about that a little bit ago, and it dawned on me, hey, he did break on me about that.
I do want to be careful and respectful. One is, for example, I mean, I don't have a channel, but I've seen Andrew and Meme, and we drank, but I think we've, they're good people to drink with. There are some people I'm not going to who. You know them in real life. They're mean drunks and they're not pleasant drunks.
Right.
Now, here's one more thing. I know now, it's very clear in my head that Koolfrogg is a single father, and he's not going to be somebody who's going to be doing. He's not going to be. You're not going to be not single father, but stay-at-home dad. You're not going to be doing shots ever. Because or anything, those shenanigans, and then
especially
I also
when it
realized
gets into 3 o'clock in the morning or whatever. He's like, I got to stay focused, and I got to be up in the morning for him.
And also at the same time, your audience, you have to respect the audience. If you've said, oh, I'm going to respect my guests and come on here and everything. Well, guests when they're coming on, who's their audience? Because they're going to be different. I discovered that Meme's audience, there were a lot of women, and they're really not. And then I realized I felt guilty because I have
no idea why.
I dropped some kind of stuff that Remember, if the guy, when you're the better a friend or acquaintance you are with a guy, you're expected to break their balls. It does not with women. They actually, if you start doing that, they're shocked, and so there is a difference. I mean, there are those.
There's a few ladies out there that can take a good joke.
Yeah, but they're going to be somebody who has 2 older brothers. One of them is going to be in the Marines. The other one's a cop, and they know.
I mean, if my audience can take 20 episodes of Chris Chan, I think they can take a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, most likely.
Mm.
I do have a great following of people that actually join me on a regular basis. It usually sits around about 30 to 40 people. And the next day, because of the time frame that I actually host this show, it usually has the tendency to actually be a rewatch show. I get quite a few people that do the rewatch because they're like, they're busy watching everybody else. Good Logic to whoever. There's so many people that are live.
Yeah, it's
at 10
competitive.
o'clock
competitive
Yeah.
my
time slot.
time. Right? It is a very competitive time slot, and I'd be surprised if I even kept that once Nick Recated decides to come back full time, because
Right.
it's his time slot.
I
You'd be
actually
surprised.
don't.
You'd be surprised. Like, I really like Recader's show, but
I do
since it's
too.
so large now, I feel like he doesn't spend as much time on the topics as I'd like. Like in the earlier days, I think it was more focused. Like it's a little bit spreading out now.
Exactly.
So that's something that you kind of get.
Try
from
to
a lot
pay
of smaller
attention to my
streams.
chat as much as I can. Today got really rough because I went and I paid Good Logic $2 to come raid me. So I did that on purpose because I'm like, I got a couple people here that are like intelligent enough that they can actually give them enough content. And obviously, you see, there's quite a few people that actually stuck around.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, I'm more of a Nick style drinker, but I don't drink really. I stay focused a lot. Especially on things that I'm doing paperwork or computer work. But if I drink a little bit, it's just I sip. I don't drink for drunk or anything like that. I wouldn't dare disrespect anybody's show, and I appreciate y'all guys that much, But
absolutely.
really. So,
The first
it
time I went on
matters.
Grim's show, I was drunk.
I know.
I was just like, I was like, oh, come on, what are you talking about, mate? Yeah, all right.
Wow.
So there's links
That's because
down
I'm
below
shy. No,
for
I'm
Max.
just too
There's
shy to
links
out
for
how
me.
many people
There's
show.
links for America Shirts. I didn't put meme Copiums in there yet. It will be in
Rude.
there. I'll throw it in there just because. Mr. Voice doesn't really have too much of a channel, but we can always try.
We can change that.
We can change that. And thank you, Adriana. I appreciate that much.
She likes your voice. Yeah.
Hmm.
There's a lot of people that like deep voices or whatever. They're like, oh, it's awesome. It puts us to sleep. I have such a following of women that actually enjoy just watching us on a nightly basis when we go through regular news. It's usually Thursdays that we break down into some kind of panel. Fridays I usually don't do news. Saturdays I try staying away from news and actually do some fun stuff. It doesn't always work out that way, but
Well, Meme Copium's got a pretty good voice, and Max has got a
Exactly.
really good voice, and Shirts
thank
has got a
God.
good voice, but his voice don't take off until he starts ranting.
he's a man of many voices, because he can do Bill Gates all the way to Nancy Pelosi, and
Yeah,
just say whatever.
it's really good though, really good.
Hey, Gene XO. I keep on thinking of cognac.
Gene XO?
like- yeah. Thanks for the links because it worked. I was distracted. Sorry, and I managed to send $10 to your PayPal. Yeah, PayPal. It worked. Did you prefer coffee or the coffee link? I didn't know how to use that one.
Me?
Mhm.
It doesn't. I prefer it, but at the same time, it doesn't really matter. I mean, they both work.
Okay.
They both
Well, you
work
got
very well.
You got the PayPal.
There's a wait time on both of them. Thank you so much. That's awesome.
No, it works. Yeah.
And short order cook, I agree with that. Love a Shirts rant. Totally goes off. It's good. I love it.
Because we had
Oh, yeah.
we had a really lax night the night before last. Last night I gave him the first hour. He went for an hour and a half, straight out rant about Donald Trump. It was great.
Yeah, he did.
It was glorious.
It was great.
I actually got a lot of rewatches on that particular show or whatever. It was amazing how many people rewatched it. Thank you to whoever just subbed. I grew 10 subs today. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Awesome. Absolutely fantastic.
We will do some more stuff. Friday night, I will not be live. There's a reason for it. I do have a son that's aging another year, and he deserves to have dad's full attention for the day and not dad doing some research to do a show.
Yeah.
So I will take one night off. He deserves it.
I am going to say that one comment right there from Heidi. It's just after 5 a.m. where I am. I had no idea. This has been so fascinating. I don't honestly know how I got here. I was watching Joe from Good Logic.
He dropped it off.
Yeah, I paid the $2 for the raid, and that's where everybody came over here from, is from that raid. It's awesome. I love it.
Really?
Good Logic's
Oh, really?
such a good guy.
Love it. Love it. Yeah.
I'm a mod for Good Logic. I've been a mod for Good Logic since he first started the show. So yeah, I mean, super friendly guy. We've enjoyed each other's presence on random occasions. One of these days, I'll get Good Logic to show up with me. But you know, the hard one is his show runs at the same time, so it's like, oh, don't really want to cut into his time, you know.
Guys,
Okay,
it's been
so
real.
I put in the chat, on the private chat, I put a link to a music video. But it actually answers Heidi's question. Actually, the lyrics, kind of. Remember, it was David Byrne, Talking Heads.
Oh my God!
Once in a
Talking
lifetime.
Heads. I love
How did
the
I get
Talking
here?
Heads.
Where? And that was a great.
That's awesome.
So as soon
awesome,
as she said, like, how did I get here? I was thinking, yeah, behind the wheel of a large automobile. You know? You may find yourself in a shotgun shack. You may find yourself. Yeah, I love that song. And for anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about,
That's awesome. It totally bring me back to being a kid watching MTV.
Oh man,
Oh.
yeah.
Back when MTV actually played music,
Back when MTV was actually a really good show.
right?
the
Yeah.
Talking Heads was one of my favorite bands.
That's awesome. I love it.
I saw the Psychedelic Furs too live. They weren't as big, but I like them too. But this is somebody has crickets where they are, huh? Oh.
I
Yeah,
do.
Hey.
Better catch those because you need to eat them. You know?
Yeah, because meme's
Listen,
hungry.
Jane, that's awesome. Thanks,
Yes.
Koolfrogg. I'm a creeper normally just
You're
listening.
saying I'm going to eat the bugs.
Love it.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? There was like a girl in our Discord last night telling me where I can actually go and eat bugs in Japan. Very fascinating. But you can. I mean, crickets and bee larvae are actually part of the Japanese traditional diet, like in some places. So.
Yes. You guys are awesome. That's awesome. They
been-
actually jumped me up because I was been complaining all night. Come on, hit that like button. Hit that like button. It just jumped up to 91 likes. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
That is
everybody.
what's up.
Oh wow, that's great.
While you're heading your way out, make sure that you click on that again. Everybody, make sure that you check out AmericaShirts.com, the most base shirts on the planet.
Oh yeah, they're nice. They're good. I looked.
You can use the discount code Koolfrogg.
It's been real.
for 15%
It's been
off
fun.
Anything.
And it's been
in the
real
store.
fun.
Hold on, Mr. Voice. Hold on. We're gonna
what's the
leave.
code?
We're gonna
Yeah,
leave.
close,
We gotta
yeah.
show ourselves
Nobody
up real
gets
quick.
out alive.
You close it.
can't
America Shirts. Hit it, bro.
Oh, I'm also on Rumble. You can find me on Rumble. The link is in the description. It is capital A, capital S, all together is one word on the Rumble, and you'll find me over there where I throw up some stuff every nows and thens.
He's got over 200 followers over there.
Is it?
He's got one of those rocking channels over on the Rumble.
I've never been on Rumble, but I can try that.
And of course,
No.
if you're checking out his Rumble channel, make sure you hit mine as well. That's the same at Koolfrogg. These shows get uploaded straight to Rumble when this is over. Those shows that you actually don't see on YouTube any longer do end up over there by themselves and nowhere else. You hit that locals channel for me. Eventually, I'm going to start doing some readings of some sort and producing something for that particular. Adrian, I hope to hear Mr. Voice more. You know, he's been on my show several times in the last few weeks since he's joined us. And this Mr. Voice. Just saying.
I'm almost.
Well, we'll keep
I
that
wonder
up.
if America-Shirts has customs. You know, for meme, I'm thinking of making them a custom Fanta T-shirt. You know.
I should have got some Phantom tonight.
Warm Fanta.
Oh,
Oh no.
oh God, dude. Both. Okay. Sorry.
Warm
So this is
ginger ale.
the two people with baritone voices should not say those two words, okay? Because it PTSD, psychological scarring.
Warm.
It's for real. It's not a joke.
Warm
This boy is like,
Fanta.
Warm Fanta.
Warm
Sorry.
Fanta.
The only thing worse is say you drank so much and you woke up and you're going, oh damn, I drank so much. Where am I? What? And the first words you hear before you open your eyes
Warm
is
Fanta.
yeah.
Well, a thing that I used to try and mimic was the Kool-Aid Man. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The Kool-Aid. I'm the Kool-Aid Man. He was awesome. I used to love to watch that big punch bowl dance on the screens. Wow.
All right, we'll go away on this.
Oh yes, you can dance the Pelosi.
Hello, peasants. You're gonna have to excuse me. I was out so late last night celebrating our vision.
Everybody, make sure you check out the United
For
Spot.
those of you who haven't heard, we won the CHIP Act.
What's the CHIP Act?
The CHIP Act is a $53 billion bribe.
A bribe?
Yeah, a bribe. You see, in order for the semiconductor manufacturing companies to stay in America, we had to give them some money.
How can the government afford $53 billion?
Oh, we can't. That's why we paid them in taxpayer money.
You use taxpayer money?
Hey, it's not my fault that these peasants gave the government full control of everything. We've been very vocal about maintaining our power. We're just not interested in helping mankind.
But it's not your money. It's the taxpayers' money.
Yeah, well, we do it all the time.
You do?
Not as much, though. This was the most we've ever spent. I mean, I've spent lots more money than this on my grandkids and, stuff for around the house and vacations. Speaking of vacations, I'm happy to let all of you taxpayers know that I'm going to tie one on.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. What I meant to say is that I'll be vacationing in Taiwan.
House Drinker, do you really think that's a good idea?
Of course it is. I gotta drop off a taxpayer check anyways. Might as well cross the red line. They love me over there, and I just love Taiwan vodka. It's like moonshine.
Drinker of the house, are you sure they want you there?
Of course they do. They love me over there. Just listen to some of these heartfelt, welcoming invitations. Dear Nancy, don't come. Seriously, that's an inside joke. Here's another one. Hey, shitbreath. Stay in your own country. You're not welcome here. They got a funny sense of humor over there. Here's another one. This is not a joke. Stay out of our country. Dear house drinker, you're dangerous to come, but not you. And this one right here is one of my favorites. Hey, crazy lady, we'll be watching for your plane. Aw, so sweet. So anyways, as you can see, I'm extremely excited about my vacation.
House Drinker!
Yeah,
Instead of vacationing in Taiwan, you should be focusing on America.
America's doing great. Look around.
Well, why don't you vacation at the southern border then?
Why the hell would I do that?
Thank you, everybody. Everybody have a wonderful night. Make sure you get some rest today. Everybody say goodbye.
Later, peeps.
Later.
All right.